Hello, everyone, and welcome to our final Survivor Winners at War update. I'm your host, Taran Armstrong, and joining me for the finale podcast is Brendan Meyer, who I recently played a game of Sequester with, and is a big fan of Survivor and the podcast, and so he's very well spoken. I was very excited to have him come on for the finale. Brendan, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm excited to be on. Thank you for having me on, Taran. This is awesome.
Yes, very, very excited. We did well together in the game.
Yes, we did. Until I tried to get you out and largely failed.
Yeah.
Eventually succeeded.
We had a real Tony and Sarah situation going on with me and Amon.
That's right. You were, at least no one came back from the edge and said, right? Taran is running the game, you know?
Don't worry, though.
The first boot. It would have been, I don't remember who the first boot of our season was.
Yeah, there you go.
Nicole, who couldn't do it because of technical difficulties, would have re-entered the game with better connection at Final Six and blown up your game.
If only. But we are here to talk about Survivor. Now, normally with this podcast, as you guys know, if you are a normal listener of this podcast, we go over the episode in great detail and really try to figure out like what has been going on in this season. This podcast is going to be a little bit different because the episode, I feel like, has less information than all of the other nonsense that's happening outside of the episode now, because we're finally getting exit interviews, we're getting stories from contestants, we're getting tons of bonus content on the CBS website. I literally woke up this morning, started reading exit interviews, and haven't stopped watching or reading since. There's a ridiculous amount of information out there, and so I know that it was very overwhelming for me, and so I spent all day reading it all, watching it all, so that I could present it to you in the podcast in hopefully a nice, easy to consume form, and you'll hopefully get as much information as is out there as of right now. I'm sure with the deep dives we'll get even more information, but for now, that's really going to be my aim here. We're definitely going to talk about the episode as well. There's definitely a lot of decisions that were made that I think we're going to talk about and stuff like that. But the main goal here is going to be to just try and figure out, try to fill in some of the missing pieces across the season, and certainly as well in the finale. So, you ready?
I am ready. Let's go. I also tried to read as much as possible, watch some Ponderosas, read a lot of exit interviews. So I probably didn't get to quite as many as you did, but I'm hoping I will also be well informed. And maybe I will also learn some things, because there are still things that we don't know.
Yes. And so, of course, we are also going to update the Legacy Watch for the final time here. We may revisit it sometime in the future. It will still remain up all week long for people to continue to vote. For this final Legacy Watch, I did include all of the winners, including the winners that were not in the season, the Winners at War season, and so we're going to sort of add some extra context to it, and there's as well, I've been giving the raw data to my data expert, Christina, and she has been running the numbers and trying to come up with some interesting, I don't know, number things from them. So I've got some cool charts and stuff to show you guys, so that'll be fun. So there's lots to talk about there, and we're gonna enjoy ourselves along the way. So here it is, the finale, the final episode of Winners at War. And I really enjoyed the finale. There was definitely some parts of it that I didn't love. I didn't love that an edge person was so prominent. I didn't love that it felt like Tony was the guy, and it felt like Sarah was kind of like the woman, right? Like Sarah was the the other main person in the season, but it kind of felt like she got the short straw when it came to the edit, because she never actually ended up in the final three. And so instead they had to focus a lot of effort and time on building up Michelle's edit, because she's the only other person in the cast that made it to the final three that wasn't on Edge, and so they had to spend so much time focusing on her instead of like somebody like Sarah. So it just, I did feel like the overall balance was not perfect, but it's still the winter season, and there was so much in this episode that I really enjoyed that really did feel like a celebration of the show, and that's really what I was looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it was a really great finale, and I think you're right. I think a lot of people had been anticipating potentially a Tony or whoever the person from the Edge was victory, and it did kind of wind up that way. But I did think Sarah got a lot of content in this final stretch here, and if she had been built up a little bit more throughout the season, if we'd seen, like, for instance, that great scene with her and Ben, we just didn't see enough in the early parts of the season, like when they were together on, I think it was Yara, right? That was the name of the tribe they were on. Like, if we would have seen more of how that bond formed, I think it would have been a little more tense. Though I will say, there was that moment in the fire making challenge where they had that close up and it looked like her rope was starting to burn, and I actually kind of thought she was going to win, because I'm like, well, the rope doesn't start burn. I mean, like, that was the only time in the whole episode where I was genuinely like, wait a second, like, that rope is going to, like, I feel like in every fire making challenge I've ever seen in the show, I don't think I've ever seen them do a close up of, and it seemed like it actually got that close, because then we saw it go down.
Everything in my being was telling me Tony is going to win this. Sarah just doesn't have enough of like the edit to make this work for her. But when I was watching that husk fire, I was like, what?
Yeah.
Like, my heart stopped, as Mel says in the chat. I was like, oh my, is it really, is it gonna happen?
I was convinced. I was like, wait, it's over. Because the thing that I was watching for, because I also thought Natalie had a good shot, but what I felt from an edit perspective was, I remember in Edge of Extinction, it kind of became the Chris Underwood show. Devin still got a lot of content, but you could almost feel like the narrative switch main character. It was almost like a story switching perspective, where all of a sudden we were hearing from Chris after he got back into the game. We were hearing from Chris when he got back to camp. Whereas it didn't feel like the narrative ever fully switched from Tony, know? And I think that was why I was feeling still pretty good about Tony's chances for most of it, is that it didn't quite feel like it had shifted as dramatically as it did in Edge of Extinction. It still felt like, even Natalie finds an idol in the first, it was basically framed as a Tony idol find, right?
Yeah.
But then he inexplicably didn't find it.
Exactly. Yeah. So we started the episode off with Natalie winning her way back in. It was so interesting to me because it seemingly came down to Natalie, Wendell, or Tyson. And I did a Twitch stream on Friday where I was like, I think it's going to be Natalie. If it's not Natalie, I think it's Tyson. Maybe Wendell with like a tiny chance. And I was like, hey, look, it's those three.
Yeah. Well, there was always that chance because of how much they built up Wendell and Michelle.
Right, exactly.
Just a chance that it was going to be like, I'm back stranded on an island with my ex-boyfriend again. We were going to get that again with her.
Yes. And man, it really felt like, she blew almost all of her lead at the start of the challenge, getting stuck in the rope. I didn't even realize they had to do any rope stuff. I thought she would have skipped all of it with that advantage. And then Wendell definitely managed to really pull ahead for a while. And Tyson, with no advantages, almost wins this thing.
Yeah.
We can certainly look at his first peanut butter purchase and say that worked out for you. This time around, I kind of feel like those 2 tokens might have been better spent on that first advantage. If he had that one, I wonder if Tyson is the person that comes back in and wins, because and Tyson says this a lot. Like, I agree with Tyson. I think if Tyson is the one that comes back into the game, I think he has an even better chance than Natalie at ultimately winning the whole thing. And so I don't love the second peanut butter buy by Tyson.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think you're right that coming in twice like he did would have been a much bigger sort of story. And we can get into it later as we go through it. But definitely one of the most interesting things about this finale, again, Edge as a twist. It would be great if we were never talking about first and third boots affecting the end game so strongly. But it is interesting to have something to compare now. Like, that is an interesting thing, just from a perspective of talking about the show, that now we have 2 Edge of Extinction end games to at least to at least compare and contrast, which I think is interesting. And I think we understand a little bit better now, and why 38 happened the way it did and why this one happened.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to talk about in terms of Natalie and why she came in second and why she didn't come in third and why she didn't win and all of that. And I do feel like my guess is that if Tyson is in that spot, I think Tyson wins. But we'll talk more about that as we go. So Natalie rejoins the tribe, and she is immediately going to work. She's trying to shape the narrative. Now, as the person who comes back in from Extinction, you have so many advantages at this point. It's a really good spot to be. In some of the Ponderosa content, or it might have been actually an exit interview, somebody said that, I can't remember who it was now. Somebody said that, I think it was Ethan. Ethan, I think in his interview with Rob, said that that both Tyson and Rob had told him, like, prior to the season even starting, we're pretty sure our only chance of even getting to the end and winning is through Edge of Extinction. And so, like, this was a path that a lot of people were like, well, we have to do this because if you're a Boston Rob or a Tyson and you're sitting at the final 6 with an idol in your pocket and all of that time to bond with people who are your friends anyway, you have a pretty good chance to win the whole thing. So that's where Natalie is sitting here at the final 6. And not only that, but she gets to shape the narrative here when it comes to how is the jury thinking, what who's going to win in the end if they get there. And so immediately she goes to work telling everyone, you guys are dumb, because Tony's going to win this thing. They all love Tony. He's running away with it. You'd better get him out or things are not going to work out well for you.
Yeah, which really did affect things, I think, because it came right on the heels of Michelle saying a similar thing. And I think Sarah, in her exit interview with Rob today, or one of the exit interviews, said that when Michelle said it, she was sort of like, Michelle's on the bottom. Michelle doesn't know what the jury's thinking. But I think that it really was or really affected Sarah in a real way, when she heard Natalie say it too, because it sort of like confirmed that suspicion. And again, that doesn't necessarily even mean that Sarah would 100% have lost to Tony, but I think we definitely saw her act on it in a way she didn't last week.
Yeah. And thinking about it now, actually, I feel like we should be calling Sarah Lucina. Right?
Lucina, that's right, Lucina. Well, I think what's amazing about her being Lucina is I was thinking about this before I came on, and I think that Sarah has kind of gone through these 2 stages where I think she came into Game Changers known, but not with this massive profile. And I think that she gained this massive respect as a great player, obviously, by playing an amazing game and winning. But I do feel like this was the season where she became Lucina, like an iconic character, right? On the same level of a Wentworth or a Penn, or she now has, because of the Cops R Us sort of 3-season arc, because she's made it so far in 2 really well-known seasons recently. I think it's kind of funny and fitting that she's now Lucina, because I just think her as a sort of character is bigger now than it was after Game Changers. It's like a different kind of progression.
Yeah, it's for me, watching it is weird to try to change what you call somebody. Watching Lucina in this episode, it was such a weird experience for me, because it really, in some ways, confirmed to me how unbelievably good she is, and at the same time was like, oh, she made some real bad mistakes here. So, like, I think socially she was amazing. Strategically, I really was disappointed in some of her decisions in the next couple of votes. So that's Natalie is trying to get her off of the Tony train, and based on what we're seeing here, especially in the postseason, that Sarah was able to convince Natalie that she was on board for the most, or that she was at least a lot more willing to be on board than Denise. That Natalie and Michelle both felt like we're getting to Sarah. She's gonna come with us, even though that was never happening. And so, like, again, kudos to Lucina here.
There are a lot of really interesting social things, and we can talk about as we go on. But that was maybe the thing I was most blown away by with some of the exit interviews, is just how much we didn't see on the show of the way Sarah socially navigated the final few votes.
So they go to the immunity challenge, and Michelle is going to win this, and we know that Natalie has an idol. It's so interesting to me because when I was watching Kagiyan, I was rooting for Tony. I was also rooting for Spencer, but I was rooting for Tony, but at the same time, I was like, I wanted it to be hard for him because I wanted because so many people were doubting what he was doing, and so like I didn't want anybody to say like, oh, Tony got lucky, or he only got there because of X, Y, and Z. And
the God idol or
exactly.
something like that, the Tyler Perry idol, yeah.
And so when the final 3 turned into the final 2, which should have screwed Tony over, and he managed to get through it anyway, I was like, amazing. And it almost feels the same way here, where like Tony was really set to just kind of waltz his way down to the end. But when Natalie comes back in, it's like every worst case scenario happens for him, except for managing to win immunity.
Immunity at 5 was really the only thing that broke his way, and I guess winning the fire challenge. But,
right. But it was like
sucked that he had to be in there.
It seemingly wouldn't have ever needed to have those things anyway, if not for Natalie coming in, blowing up his spot, having an idol, and Michelle winning immunity, and then Natalie finding the next idol as well. Like, it was really bad here. So Michelle wins this immunity. She kicks the puzzle. Love it.
Yeah, that was an amazing challenge, and I was starting to realize that I really did start to realize that she was potentially going to come back and win it, even though she was so far behind when nobody was making any progress. And I thought, oh, wow, like she's done this before. It's almost like when Spencer had done that puzzle before in the pregame for Cambodia. It's like, if it's particularly complex and you've done it before, it seems like a massive advantage.
Yeah, they were focusing so much on her in that challenge even though she was so far behind. I was like,
you can tell that with the editors sometimes, right? Sometimes you can tell when they're just like, they keep telling you this person has no chance to win. And she
wrecked that puzzle. Like, they were all stuck on the first thing. She was so far behind. She gets there and just immediately, it was almost like she didn't even have to guess. She just immediately put every single piece together. It was ridiculous. The spatial intelligence.
Yes. I wonder if that's a unique puzzle, though. You know what I mean? Because, like, I don't know exactly the ins and outs of, I guess, the subtleties of how puzzles will be designed, but it feels unlike any other puzzle. Like, it's not a slide puzzle. It's not the tree puzzle. Like, I wonder if the people who hadn't done it before were at an even bigger disadvantage because it wasn't the type of puzzle.
I would imagine
done before. Yeah.
I've never done a puzzle like that, but my guess is that like, if you... Like, I think one of the bigger hurdles to doing a puzzle like that is knowing what the height is going to be for all of them. And so if you have experience, if you know generally it should be about this height, then you can really start to put things in place, right? And then once you get the first one, then you're probably going to be able to get the next ones a lot more easily as well, because now you have the sort of standard, right? And so with some experience, I think that's definitely going to help out. And also, again, like, just the spatial intelligence, being able to sort of visualize it as you go, I'm sure is massively helpful. So Michelle wins this immunity, and that is bad news for Tony and crew. Tony wants to split the votes between Natalie and Denise because, hey guys, remember last season, or the last season, that there was an edge of Extinction and the guy came in and he had an idol? Okay, yeah, it was half an idol, but he had essentially an idol. Remember when that happened? Remember in this season when we have fire tokens and we can buy things with them? And we want to be able to buy lots of things with fire tokens. And remember also this season when Natalie clearly had a billion fire tokens because she bought 3 advantages and everyone else bought 1, and we spent 6 and 8 tokens on things? Surely Natalie has an idol. I cannot understand why Sarah and Ben are so convinced that she doesn't.
No, this was crazy. Like, to me, I think that and look, I can see the other side of it, right? Where, you know, and like I said, I still can't believe they didn't just play it safe. And I guess in their mind, they didn't think that she would have more power than Chris Underwood did, I guess was their thought process, because Chris Underwood was immune or exposed at 6 rather. But I still don't understand why you don't play it safe, especially if you're Sarah, right? Like Ben and Tony
Yes.
at least can say, I mean, it's still bad for their games because then they're targets at 5 when they don't need to be. But at least they can say, like, they have the get out of jail free card. I think it was a huge risk for Sarah and an unnecessary one.
Yeah, I completely agree. And this is the first example of, like, if we're looking at, like, where did Sarah lose the game? Because I really think that in a lot of universes from this final 6 forward, Sarah wins the game. I think Sarah wins the game at least 20% of the time. At least 20% of the time. If not a lot more. And
I think a lot of things, even though a lot of things went even though so many things went wrong for Tony, like 1 or 2 key things went right for him, you know?
Yeah, and I feel like she made active decisions to leave that at least 20%, right? Like, and I think this is the first one of those decisions, not splitting the vote here, because even if Ben doesn't want to do it, Sarah and Tony can do it on their own. They can have Ben and Denise do their own thing. Sarah and Tony can go ahead and do the thing that they want to do to split the vote to keep Sarah safe, whatever. But clearly, she really felt like, no, I have a read here that Natalie does not have an idol, and I'm going to go off of that read. And it was a really bad read. And it was a really bad play, not only because it put her in danger, it was between her and Denise of who could go home, but also because it forces Ben and Tony to burn their idols, which puts another idol into play at 5, which allows Natalie to get that idol, which again further puts her in a bad spot heading into the final 4, where she again is going to make a bad decision at 5 based on those circumstances. So this is really, I think, the first of 2 decisions that ultimately just completely lose her the game, despite how amazing she is at some of the other aspects of the game.
Yeah, it was funny. For a moment there, it almost felt like Merge episode Kagayan Sarah returned after a long hiatus where she's like, I know where the votes are. I know there's no idol. And the thing is, she's been so brilliant strategically for most of the season as well. I mean, the only time I think that she was really was the Tony Sophie blindside. That was the only time where she was out of the loop, if I'm remembering correctly. And yeah, it just seemed, and also as we're talking it out, what was her fear, right? Like you're saying, it would have been very easy for Ben and Denise to vote for Natalie, and then Tony and Sarah, they didn't even have to include Ben. Like you're saying, they could have just voted for Denise that way and totally insulated themselves. And I guess you could say, oh, Sarah's afraid that Denise is going to vote for her, or it doesn't seem like there is a downside, right? Sometimes you don't want to split the votes because only it takes one person to flip and you go home, but it didn't seem like she was in that much danger of that this time out.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the only thing I can think of here is that considering her motivations in the final 5 vote, perhaps what she's thinking here is, no, I don't want to do what Tony wants to do. I have a read here, and I want to make a decision based on my read that puts us further in the game. And ultimately, it was wrong. That would be my guess, because I can't really imagine another reason behind this other than the fact that obviously she doesn't want to piss off Denise. If you know, but the thing is, even if she does, like, as long as she doesn't piss off Ben, she's fine. As long as Ben, Tony, and Sarah are still tight, which, based on their exit interviews, they absolutely were, then there's no need to worry at all. And so really don't love the decision to not split the vote here. And it does really cost them as they go in, Natalie plays the idol, and those votes are nullified. Natalie and Michelle tried to vote out Ben, who they apparently did not know also had an idol. And so then we go to, I was very interested to see this. Talking about Sequester, in a situation like this where there's 2 people immune and there's a potential tie, even if you play an idol, the people who play the idol are still vulnerable to essentially rocks. But in Survivor, what happens here is that so Denise and Lucina are the 2 vulnerable people, and if there is a tie, then they will go to fire between the 2 of them to see which one leaves. And I was convinced we're going to fire.
Me too. Yeah, me too, actually. Yeah.
because why not? Why would you vote out Denise if you're Natalie or Michelle? I was very surprised that all of a sudden it's Denise. What?
Yeah, because it seems like the biggest hurdle for Natalie and Michelle in that moment is, like you were saying, the Tony, Sarah, Ben trio. And that's like I guess we see now that that's not how it actually played out, but they couldn't have known that. Like the final three, like the three were locked in a way that it didn't seem like Denise was, from what we saw on the show. So yeah, it seemed like a no-brainer to get rid of Sarah, because then you have Denise in that kind of swing position. But apparently, according to exit interviews, they were a lot more confident in Sarah than they were in Denise to do that.
Exactly. And that's, again, like there's something about Sarah Lacina that she has some Dan Giesling level missed, because she really is able to she just immediately won Natalie over. Like Natalie gets there and immediately is missed by, and like Michelle had been trying to work on Sarah for so long, and now all of a sudden she's like, okay, yeah, I guess she's with us. Like I don't know how she does it, but she manages to get in there, and she managed to convince them that she is a lot more likely to work with them moving forward than Denise. And so they take out Denise. They now are going to they now are saying, or at least Natalie is saying in her ex interview, she regrets the decision. That the obvious decision now would have been to take out Sarah, but she was essentially duped by Sarah in that moment.
Has Denise said in an exit interview? I haven't seen it yet. Has she talked at all about what she would have done if she would have survived the 6? Have we got that yet in anywhere?
I don't know if she had a strict game plan. I think she was still trying to break. I mean, what she said was, I was trying to get them to cut Tony, but I don't think they would have. And so I think that had she survived, she would
have voted with them and.
Yeah, she probably
Sarah would have gone home. Probably.
She would have
already gone home. Ben would have gone home.
Yeah, here was my original thought here as I was watching. Right, was that if Natalie and Michelle vote out Sarah, then there are two potential paths from this point. Right, either Ben and Tony both vote out Denise, and Denise now hopefully feels at least a little bit burned by Ben.
Right, because
and
in this
Tony.
Scenario, she's been put into fire by them.
Exactly.
Because of it, yeah.
And so they just vote her out and now goes to fire. And if she beats Sarah, then now you have a hopefully burned at least a little bit Denise with Tony and Ben, and now Natalie. You have some chance, I think, to pull her over. And even if you don't, it's still not there. That's still not the tight trio anymore. And now Tony's more vulnerable because Sarah's not there to protect him. And then the other option is, if you get lucky, then Ben votes with you and takes out Sarah because he can't betray Denise, and now he just voted against what Tony wanted. He betrayed Tony's wishes. Sarah's gone, and now you have sort of Ben and Denise. Tony's gonna probably try to work with them, and they'll probably try to get in that. But again, there's at least some cracks. There's some real potential cracks as opposed to the fake ones that Sarah was trying to offer them.
Yeah, and they would have had a real shot because, of course, Tony did wind up winning immunity. But, in all of these scenarios, he probably is done at 5 if he doesn't win immunity and doesn't find the idol like we saw he didn't. So they would have had a great shot at that point to make it, and then be in a good spot where they'd actually taken him out,
Mm-hmm. So there it is. Denise is going to head out here. Denise, I think she was really building for a while. She has the big move with Sandra, and then she kind of has to retreat back, lie low. She said that it was kind of the Kim vote out, the Kim boot, where she really just kind of lost hope and really kind of lost the fire in her game, unfortunately. That things were just moving. She says things were just moving too quickly for her. She's just not at the same pace, not capable of being at the same pace as these other players.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I was thinking about that before coming on today. Is like where does Denise lose the game? Because it felt like, yeah, at the beginning of this episode, as soon as the edge person comes back, it just did kind of feel like she was drawing dead at that point. You know, like even in the scenario we talked about with Natalie and Michelle, it's great for their game, but Denise almost winds up in the Monica Culpepper spot, right, where she can go with Tony and Ben, or she can go with Natalie and Michelle. Either way, she's probably just going to look like a kingmaker of somebody else or a queenmaker. You know, it's like. So it's interesting to go back and look, because you're right. Amazing move on Sandra, a potentially like game-winning move if you can get to the end and really articulate that. Especially, I think, in a season where the pre-jury is kind of like still in the game, right? They often talk in the podcast about how what you did pre-jury doesn't really matter because those people weren't really around. But I think in an Edge season, it is a little bit different where people have been there, they've been talking. And then she laid low at the beginning of the merge, which was great. And then, yeah, it is around that Kim vote where she just kind of fizzled out. It seemed like Tony really snatched a lot of people's power away from them with that Sophie blindside. It can't be overstated enough how much so many people's games just crumbled like a house of cards.
Yeah, he says in one of the secret scenes from last week, he's a succubus. He's a succubus. He stole their energy.
Yeah.
And Denise is definitely, I think, somebody he just sucked the energy out of her.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's very interesting. You know, Denise, clearly a very talented player when it comes to social relationships. You know, being able to play a role, being able to sort of like work at a slower pace. You know, we saw her do very well with that in her original season. We saw her do very well with that in this season. But this is such an interesting season because you're seeing these winners who were able to play to their strengths in their original season being forced to play sort of a larger game in this season. And it's the winners that were a little bit more singularly focused that ultimately fell short. And it was the winners who had a lot more variety, a lot more of a well-rounded game that were able to really rise to the top. And I don't know if anybody would have imagined that Tony was that person, but here he is.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting is it also speaks. And look, the three women that were in this area, Denise, Kim, and Sophie, all played amazing games. But especially, I think Sophie was the most that seemed like on board with the pace. But it just goes to show how much Survivor has even changed from then. You know, and that all, maybe not Sophie, but it did seem like Kim and Denise both at different times were like, whoa, there's so much going on. Like, this is so different than the last time I played. You know, they all adapted really well, and I think all played strong games. But it does go to show how they did seem a little bit more out of their depth, as opposed to like a Sarah Lacina or someone who would play, or even Michelle. I think like it seems like the game has moved really fast, and they adapted quick. But it does seem like it's changed even since then.
So we come back from Tribal, and Tony's not even going to wait until the sun comes up. He's got his own portable fire making kit that we find out in the postseason he has been using this all season long. That like in the early portion of the game when we're hearing like I've got to be good, I've got to be calm, he was doing that during the daytime. But at nighttime, he had a portable fire-making kit. He'd run out there, he'd start a fire so he could see, and he'd be out there looking for idols.
Yeah, no, it's amazing to see, and it you know, but it's so interesting. I wonder. I was thinking about this, and I was just talking about this with my brother. Is what I thought was really interesting is I wonder if it really is super hard to find an idol at night, because Natalie found it when the sun was coming up, and I actually remember that that's pretty much where Ben found it after he had searched the whole night. And of course, there was the dig here sign and everything like that. But it really was in that early morning that we often see these people find idols. I'm actually trying to think of if we've ever seen someone find it in the dark. It's weird. It feels like it's that sweet spot.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I can remember off the top of my head. So I'm sure that, you know, having a big source of light is going to really help out.
Yeah, but even his fire thing, it's funny. It's just, I was thinking about that, how we've seen people search through the night, but so often it is in the early morning that they either find it or somebody else does.
Yeah, and you know, again, the thing about Tony, you know, he talked about this from Cagayan, where like he just doesn't sleep. Which
remember he had a thing he'd say, I wake up the sun and put the moon to sleep, right? Wasn't that what he would always say? I feel like I remember him saying that in a podcast.
Right. Like he just like I think being able and used to like functioning without sleep, puts him like already at an advantage over people who are used to getting lots of sleep and are gonna have a harder time adapting to that. But then also just having that extra time to think and to search and all of that, I think really puts him at another level, because I can't imagine that there's like a lot of just alone time on Survivor, because you don't want to be spending time alone, because that's missing out on time that you're spending with the other people, and being with the other people is obviously like the main thing in Survivor. And so there's probably not always a lot of time to yourself to just think about like all of the moves that you need to make. And
how often do you hear that? Someone second guess, oh, I should have done this. Why didn't I think of that at the time? And maybe it's because they didn't take the time to look at it every single way.
Yeah. So Tony, he goes out in the middle of the night trying to find the idol, but he can't do it in the dark. Natalie is going to end up finding the idol. Again, terrible spot here for Tony. Now, I've been a little bit confused about Natalie and Michelle, or I think it was Natalie mostly talking about this, where she basically said like the goal was always to get out Ben, that she was talking to Sarah about let's take out Ben at Final 6, as in Final 5, we'll take out Ben prior to Tony winning immunity. So I don't know if that was always the case or like where that's coming from, if the plan would have been Ben even if Tony hadn't won immunity, or if the plan was to trick Sarah into going Ben, and then when Tony won immunity, then they just went to plan B, which was just actually do Ben. That's something I'd like a little bit of clarification on. I can't imagine why the plan would be Ben over Tony, but
yeah, okay, so I haven't been able to see it like 100% in terms of clarify, but there have been some things I've read in some of these exit interviews about Tony bluffing that he had 2 idols, right? And something about Sarah. And so that is the only thing I could think of where maybe were Michelle and Natalie under the assumption that he was golden and that he actually was in the Final 4, had an idol at 6, but was going to have another one at 5? Was that something that they thought even at 6? I don't know. I haven't got clarification on that, but I've heard that there was a thing with Sarah where she had bluffed it to them at 5 or something.
Well, so apparently one of the reasons why Sarah is not an option at 5 is because Tony had a fake idol and he used the papers from the real idol to make it convincing, and he gave that to Sarah, who accidentally got caught putting it in her bag, and so Natalie and Michelle were like, crap, we can't vote Sarah, it's got to be Ben, and so that was part of what happens there. That's only part 2 of the fake idol story from Tony. That he had also, before he had found any idol, I believe, had created a fake idol way before, and he had only shown it to Nick. That he went to Nick in the middle of the night while he was in the middle of his sleep. He woke him up. He brought him out into the middle of the jungle. And he was like, he showed him his fake idol, and he was so groggy that he didn't have the mental capacity to like really examine it. And then he brought him back, and he was like, I'm going to use this to help us. And so for a long time, Nick thought Tony had 2 idols, which I think helps sort of explain some of what Nick was thinking throughout the game. If he feels like Tony has 2 idols, then that's going to change how he operates.
Which is incredible when you think about it, that one of the reasons why Tony was able to operate so well in Cagayan is because he literally had 2 idols. And so and of course he then famously lied at the Final 4 about its rules, but it almost seems like he was trying to recreate the set of circumstances that allowed him to play so well in Cagayan by, he was bringing back the bag of tricks,
Yeah, he's got them. So they do the immunity. Tony wins the immunity, so Tony is going to be safe this round, and that means that the vote is going to come down to Michelle and Natalie are going to be voting for Ben, in part because they feel like they can't go on Sarah because she has an idol that she's going to play, and I guess in part because they feel like they might be able to convince Sarah to vote for Ben, and then Ben, Tony, and Sarah should be voting for Michelle because they catch Natalie with the idol, which Natalie, rookie move with the idol in the buff on your arm.
It was super obvious, actually.
Yeah.
feel like Tony could have seen it from the spy shack, or from the spy nest, rather.
So they find out that Natalie has, and again, I was convinced Final Five is now going to become a guessing game. That it's going to be Tony, Ben, and Sarah. They just have to guess that, because at first I was like, they don't know who has the idol. They know it's none of them, so they know that it's one of Natalie or Michelle, and they're going to have to just guess and vote for one of them and hope that that's not the one that has the idol. Then they managed to find out that Natalie has the idol, and I'm like, oh, well, here we go. Now you have a much more educated guess, because Natalie has to be real bold to play this idol on Michelle and leave herself vulnerable. Now, that is the kind of gameplay that I think you need to play if you're coming back from Edge. So it's still a risk.
Right. I mean, I think this is a key moment, and I think, I guess there'll be a better time to talk about it later, but these are some of the decisions that Natalie didn't make that a player like Chris Underwood did. And it's just, Natalie was playing a great game. She was staying safe. She was, winning challenges, finding idols. But there was certain moments where she had a chance to really turn up the flash. And she went the other way, which is valid. I mean, you never know, but she may have still been able to win at the end in certain circumstances. But yeah, this is a key moment that you can point to where she didn't play as bold as an Underwood did. And I think it cost her, because I think playing an idol for Michelle, if she'd been able to get the votes on her, and idling out somebody would have been a way bigger resume point for her.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And again, because like this Final Five vote, it's portrayed in the show, and I think it's sort of seen in the game at Ponderosa as mostly a Ben move, then a Sarah move, not really seen as a Natalie or Michelle move at all. And that's really bad for Natalie, who needs credit for every single vote out from this point forward. And so that needs to be her goal. If she's coming back from Edge, she needs to be able to, no matter what happens, take the credit for whatever happens, as long as she's staying in the game. That's something that Chris did really well. And I do think that, like, I've seen this floating around too, that some people have really kind of come to respect Chris's win just at least a little bit more. That, like, you know what, there are some things that he could have screwed this up pretty badly.
Listening, because Chris was on the podcast last week, right? And it was interesting listening to him on that podcast and other ones he's been on, where he feels like he's always trying to stress to people that the degree of difficulty was actually higher. I think the general consensus is, well, Chris Underwood, he came back in the final 6, auto win, and really, I think we're seeing with Natalie that the degree of difficulty was high for Chris. And again, it's, still, whether or not you think the twist is fair or whatever, I think that he did have a lot, like, he did do a lot right. And it was a lot. He really did have to play perfect in a way that sometimes people don't give him enough credit for, I guess.
Yeah. So then we get to the second. In my opinion, this is the worst move that Sarah makes. This is the most baffling, the most confusing. I still just I would be, if Sarah doesn't make this move and still loses the game, I would say still. For sure, one of the greatest to ever play. I'd put her in the legend tier. With this move, though, I just was like, "Ooh, I really don't like this." I still think she's an incredible player, one of the best in terms of that social game. What she's able to do, it certainly beats, I think, most other winners at this point as well. But this move, And it's kind of been confirmed here that this would not have happened without Ben volunteering, that she was going to vote Michelle. But Ben decides to say, you know what? It's okay if you want to vote me out. This can be a move that you make that Tony is not in on, and you'll get the credit for it, and everything will be fine. Which I think part of what we need to do to explain this is rewind a little bit. That at the final 6 tribal council, Sarah says, Natalie came back in, and she gave me some information that I was pretty surprised to hear, which is that Tony is getting all the credit. that he is the man and I am the woman, and so therefore he's getting all the credit, and I'm the one who's sitting here, and people are thinking that I'm the follower, and all of this. And I think this is brilliant. Like,
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
that yes, she believes it, but also, and she says this in her exit interviews, she
Yeah,
also
that she's
knows
playing-
this is great campaigning for the jury.
Yeah.
And she's
Totally.
beginning to do this at the final six. And I think that there is a chance that she could have won the game with this argument. I think that it's
Yes.
something that introduces kind of a new element, a new thing for the jury to think about, to re-examine where they were coming from. And anytime you were able to do that, you have the chance that they're going to change their minds at least a little bit. And
Yes.
I
if you give them
do
days to think about it. Right?
Exactly, exactly. And so this is what she's doing here. Now, I think also when I saw her doing this, I was like, this should be to Natalie and Michelle a blaring signal that Sarah has no intentions of turning on Tony. They still believed that it was going to happen because of this line of thought. But in my view, because of this line of thought, I was convinced she's absolutely not turning on Tony. Otherwise, why bother making this argument? Why are you
Exactly.
campaigning to the jury about why you deserve to win over Tony if you plan on cutting Tony? So...
And it is
Yeah.
very smart, right? Because if she knows she's going to the end with Tony, she's able to set it up. Because, you know, we can talk about when we get to the final tribal. But one of Natalie's biggest mistakes, I think, was not planning for how she could sell to the jury why she should win if she didn't take out Tony, right? I think that was what was really smart about Sarah's argument. Is Sarah's argument was built to sit next to him, you know, which I think was very smart. Because if your argument is, I got to take out Tony, and then you fail to do so, it puts you in a very difficult spot when you're trying to pitch your case next to him.
Yeah. And I agree. And I think that, like, not only is it a good way of getting people to re-examine their own thoughts, but there's also, like, at least a little bit of, like, a little bit of a threat in there, you know, like, you know, if you don't vote for me, you might look a little sexist.
Yeah,
Might not
and
be
it's
the best
interesting.
look.
Yeah, and she name-checked Dom and Wendell in an exit interview too, which I think was actually really interesting as well, because that is a great example of like a pair like them that ran the game, and they didn't run into that kind of, you know, no one looked like a follower. And so that I think it is true that, you know, there was some stuff like that going on, and that she was looking like this kind of beta to Tony when, as we see, especially if you look at the Ponderosas, her social bonds were deeper, even though Tony may have outflanked her strategically a couple of times.
Yeah. And I think that she has come to say post-game as well that she recognizes Tony did play a better game than me. Like, Tony would have beaten me in the end. He did do some things that I was not doing. I mean, she also says that, like, we basically played the same game, and I think she feels like they're on even footing. But she recognizes that he would have beaten her, and for good reason. And so, you know, I think that what she does here at Final Six was brilliant. I think that, like, it's very rare to see somebody make an argument that might actually have changed the outcome of a jury vote like that. And she knows to do it early. And so she really used that information to her advantage in the right way. And so that is definitely still weighing on her mind in the final five, where she's thinking, you know, do I need to do something on my own that Tony is not a part of to show that I have some agency? And it also speaks to Ben's state of mind, where Ben, you have to understand, as Natalie comes in from Edge, according to Sarah, one of the first things Natalie does is just craps all over Ben, saying that the jury hates him, that there's no way he's going to get any votes, that he has no chance to win the game. Ben's description of this is a little kinder, so I don't know which one is true, but the point here is that Ben, it was made clear to Ben that he was not winning this game. And so then he gets to tribal, and Sarah's talking about not feeling like she gets the credit next to Tony. And I think that Ben feels like that's not fair. Like, you should have credit. I'm not going to win the game anyway. What can I do to help, because I don't like this? And so that's where Ben's headspace is in when he basically volunteers to go out in order to help Sarah. And I tried to call her Lucina.
I know.
It's too hard to try to do in after a season of calling her Sarah, and all my notes say Sarah. Like, it's just
3 seasons of calling her Sarah.
I apologize. I apologize to Lucina. In the future, we'll make something work. But so that's where Ben's headspace is in, and that's why he makes this offer. Now, I have always been somebody that says Ben's a good guy. I truly believe that. I think he's a great guy. I think that he has not played well on the island. I think that his interactions with Jeremy in particular were kind of childish at times. He did not do particularly well, I think, with jury management. But he's a good guy. And like his heart is absolutely in the right place here, and at all times. And I've always had a soft spot for people who have a lot of loyalty. Anybody that knows me from Big Brother coverage knows that I'm always the apologist for the Codys of the world, and even the Clay Honeycutts of the world. Like, if you go out for somebody else, I'm gonna be a lot easier on you than most people, because there's something about that I really respect. And so I really appreciated what Ben did here, even though. And I feel bad for saying this because, again, his heart was in the right place. I think that in trying to help Sarah,
he hurt her,
I think he cost her the game.
This is what I was saying before, when I was saying that there were 1 or 2 key things that went right for Tony, and I think this was one of them, because he really could have been going up against Ben in fire if the final 4 is Natalie, Ben. We don't know if Ben would have won the final challenge, I guess, but if it's Ben, Sarah, Natalie, Tony, and Natalie wins the final challenge, you gotta think Tony's done at fire, losing to Ben, which is crazy.
You would think it's definitely a possibility. So Ben proposes this to Sarah, and I mean, I tweeted a lot about this because I was just so. Just like I don't try to tweet out like long arguments because people don't care. But I was just tweeting a storm about. I was just like, this just doesn't make sense on any level, guys. What is happening? So Sarah decides to take him up on this offer to take him out of the game, and so there's so many things that I found wrong with this decision from from Ben's point of view, he's doing whatever, like, okay, but from Sarah's point of view, like, Sarah needs to know what she should do here. The fact that Ben is willing to give up his game for you, you don't want to get rid of that. You want to keep that at the final 4, man.
Oh my God. He just chooses not to make fire at the end. That would have been insane.
Right.
If he wants to quit, he should quit at 4, He should fall on his sword for Sarah at 4. He should do the Caleb and Frankie Grande thing, where he would just sit down on the ground instead of making the fire and just wait for Sarah to make the fire. That would have been amazing redemption. He gets so much hate for winning because of the fire making challenge, and then chooses not to compete in it. That would have been, what an arc that would have been.
Or even better, just take Tony out for her in fire.
Which is really what she needed. Which is really what she needed.
So it's like, cause looking at it from the perspective. Okay, so Sarah's making this decision. She can either vote out Michelle or Ben, which means that she can go into the final 4. If Ben stays, so if Ben leaves like he did, then now she's in a situation where if either Natalie or Michelle win immunity, she is likely going to be making fire with Tony. And she probably wants to be making fire with Tony at this point because it's probably her best bet of winning the game. But that means she has to make fire. Her chances of making fire are at least doubled. Her or Tony have to win immunity in order to have a chance of getting Natalie out of the game. Not a great spot to be. If Ben stays in the game and Michelle leaves, there's a very good chance that Sarah is guaranteed final 3. That she's not ever making fire.
Yeah, when you think about it, yeah, it's hard to come up with a scenario where
Tony wins.
Natalie,
He's putting up Natalie and Ben, so Ben can take out Natalie. Sarah wins. Probably Natalie and Ben, so that Ben can beat Natalie. Ben wins. He's not putting Sarah in. He's going to put Tony and Natalie. If Natalie wins, like she did, probably puts Ben up against Tony because Ben has a better chance of beating Tony. I would imagine that would be the play. Even if she doesn't do that, like there's at least a chance she does that, and it lowers the chances of Sarah going in at all, and it increases the chances of Natalie getting voted out or Tony getting voted out at the final 4. And that's like, she needs one of them gone at least, I imagine, or maybe she doesn't. But like, and either way, like just the path to get to the end is so much more complicated with Ben gone. And it's just not a good place to be here.
Yeah, and I guess I wonder, is her fear, I guess just look at it from another angle, is her fear that she can't go along with Tony and then be dragged to the end? Like, is she just feeling like that, even though it's a dream scenario for her to get to the end, that she has no case? I mean, like I said, I still don't agree with the move to take out Ben, but is that where she's thinking? Is that what she's thinking, that it doesn't matter if that happens because being dragged to the end in that case is she's drawing dead against Natalie or Tony at that point?
Well, see, Sarah feels like she beats Natalie. She doesn't care. She feels like she will have a hard time beating Tony, and so she's trying to find an edge against Tony because she doesn't want to take him out. And so she feels like by making this move, it will make people want to vote for her over Tony more. And that's where I feel like I disagree. Like, even if I agreed with her, even if okay, Ben's argument makes sense, Sarah's logic makes sense, Sarah doing this gives her at least a little bit of an edge over Tony, I still don't think it's worth it. A tiny bit of jury credit versus like a massive, percentage of equity in getting to the end. I'm disagreeing with that whole premise. Yeah. And then I especially disagree with it because I don't even agree with the first part. I don't think it gives her more credit with the jury. If anything, I feel like it... okay, Ben being willing to give up his game for her, great. But you have that no matter where it is. Yeah. If he gives it up at 4 for you, if he gives it up at 3 for you, it doesn't matter where it is. If he's sitting in the final 3 with you and he goes, guys, I want Sarah to win. She's amazing. Yeah. Like, that's even more impressive.
Right,
so like,
exactly.
She has that regardless.
Do well. Like, if she's gotten the information from Edge that Ben is the GOAT, and I get the human, and it's interesting when you say, like, what's so fascinating about Ben's move here at 5, right, is that it's partially to help Sarah, but in the exit interviews, he said it's also for himself, and like not, you know what I mean? And that he is afraid of going into the final, and justly, like, rightfully so. He doesn't want to go through the agony of getting ripped apart by the jury and being told he's not a good player. And so it's a really, which is fascinating because especially in the last few seasons, I feel like there's always been that one person at the end, right, who has been that person. It's like, you two are who we're voting for. You are either irrelevant or a bad player or whatever. And we've never seen someone actively fear that and try to avoid it, which is interesting,
Yeah. So I feel like she has that sort of point in her favor no matter what. And like, from my perspective as a juror, I do not want to see somebody somebody who has been playing a great game making a move that puts her in a significantly worse position in order for some nebulous concept of getting more credit. Now, I say that, and I'm going to say something different at the final 4 with Natalie's decision, but because I think that's a different situation. So I can see where she might think this could work, but I just really disagree overall. I think, again, even if it does give her credit, I don't think it's worth it at all. So I really disagree with this whole line of thought here.
Yeah, I think the problem is that, like we're saying, Ben is actually her number. So it's not like, again, I don't even think this would be a game-winning move for him. But say Ben blindsides Tony by taking out Sarah at the final 5. at least then there's some sense of like, I weakened Tony and I took out his ally and I played my own game. Like, I still don't think it'd be an amazing move, but you can almost see the logic. Whereas I think the problem with this, like you're saying, is it doesn't look like she's screwing Tony because Ben is Tony's number one from day one. It just like, it didn't, even though she blindsided Tony for the first time in the game, it didn't really feel like she got a wound in on him. It didn't look like it wounded his game at all.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was the problem. Like, it's hard. Like, what could she even say at the final tribal? Even though, yeah, she blindsided Tony, it didn't really feel like this amazing play on him.
Yes, and Ben did not try to pretend either. Like, Ben was not like, Sarah got me.
Right,
like, Ben goes to Ponderosa and he lets them know, oh yeah, it was my choice.
Right.
So
yeah,
like,
on his own terms,
again, like when I say who gets the most credit for the Ben boot, I think it's Ben first. Like, this doesn't look like Sarah's move when Ben is the one that volunteers for it.
Right.
So I really did not love this play from Sarah. But we then get to the next immunity challenge. And in this one, Natalie is going to beast it out and win the final 4 immunity. And now she has the decision in front of her. Who is she going to have make fire? And according to her exit press, for a long time, she was going to have it be Michelle. That Michelle was going to make fire against Tony. A couple of things changed this. One, Tony was pretending in front of Natalie that he was better at making fire than he actually was, to try and like convince her that like you don't want to make fire against me. That's going to be bad for you. And so. Then when she told Michelle, you're going to be making fire, according to Michelle, Michelle says, I threw a fit. The other people said she was crying, she was losing it, that she was a wreck, and so that was scary to Natalie. And then according to Sarah then used that, and she was like, look at her, she can't make. You have to put me in. It has to be me. And Natalie ultimately at Tribal Council changes her mind and decides to, instead of putting Michelle in, puts Sarah in to face up against Tony in the fire making challenge, which again potentially changes the outcome of the whole season. Apparently this, according to Adam in the Ponderosa videos, this fire making challenge lasted about 8 minutes. I don't know how long that is in comparison to like other fire making challenges.
Yeah, but the Chris one was fast. I think I remember them saying he was like a couple of minutes, right?
Yeah, and the way Tony talked about it, he was like, did you see? Like, I sucked. We both sucked.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So presumably, like Michelle, who is, I guess, kind of good at making fire, might have actually beaten Tony here in the fire making, had she, which again, like, kind of a missed opportunity for Michelle if she steps up to the plate and she's like, I want to make fire, and she's the one that beats Tony. I feel like she has a much better chance at taking home the win here, because I think if Michelle does that and it's Michelle, Sarah, and Natalie in the end, I think they're all getting votes. I have no idea where that lands.
Well, what's really interesting too, even as you're talking it out, is, we talk so much about someone like Chris and someone like Natalie having to give up the necklace and go to fire. I mean, does a player like Michelle have to do that, something like that here too? I mean, if you play an under the radar game, I mean, this was interesting. I mean, obviously, from a strategic standpoint, I'd always just love to see a vote at Final Four, but I think the fire making challenge is finally starting to become enough a part of the game that it is being used strategically. And that will be interesting to see, as we get further along and it becomes a part of the show now, how people use it strategically. And I think the biggest strategic mistake, beyond Natalie just not realizing the jury was going to hold it against her so much, or maybe specific members of the jury, is that if Tony and Sarah are going to have this emotional battle, and one of them is going to win, you're gifting the other one. I mean, it's almost like a blood versus water season, and putting a couple or 2 brothers or 2 sisters or whatever into a battle. Well, oh my God. I mean, what's more emotional than you need to win, you did it. She really was unfortunately setting Sarah up for this amazing moment as well.
Yeah, this is a quote from Natalie in an exit interview. She says, yeah, that ding is something I've been dinging myself with ever since I saw Sarah and Tony make fire. I was cringing because that moment was so, I just wanted to vomit. It was so over the top, and yeah, I get it, it's emotional, but at the same time, it's like literally Sarah was just acting to make everyone want to vote for Tony. So I was just sitting there like, oh my God, barf.
Well, that's what's fascinating about Sarah's endgame, though, right? Because in the same interview where she talks about kind of like convincing Natalie last minute to put her into the fire, she says she largely did that to ensure her or Tony would win the game, because she was afraid of a Sarah, Natalie, Tony final three where Sarah and Tony split votes and Natalie somehow winds up with the majority. And that actually it was not just a great move for herself, but she really was playing to ensure Cops R Us had the win, which is fascinating.
So ultimately, Sarah goes in. They battle it out. It apparently takes quite a bit of time. And Tony ultimately wins the fire making and therefore wins the game. Now, based on what I've been hearing, it seems to me like if Sarah wins this fire making, she probably wins the game. At least she has a good chance to. Ethan said that he felt like the votes would be very close, that he would not have flipped. He still would have voted Natalie, but that it probably would have been close. And then especially given the fact that Sarah beat Tony in that fire making, that was so emotional, that probably would have pushed her over the edge if she needed to push over the edge. And just based on what the jury members said in their jury speaks videos and some of what they've said post game, it does feel like Sarah has the leg up there. Now, they both think that they would have won. They both say, if I had beaten Tony, I would have won. And Natalie says, if Sarah had beaten Tony, I would have won. But based on what I'm seeing, I feel like Sarah had the leg up. But it could have gone either way depending on the speeches.
Yeah, I mean, you've also got the X factor of Tony going to the jury, and Tony is someone who clearly has so much respect. I mean, how much of an impact does Tony getting to Ponderosa and going, oh, Sarah, she did so much more than you guys saw. We were a team. We were together. Like, if you wanted to vote for me, like, you should vote for her because she played, I feel like he would have really helped her out. And again, another reason why Sarah probably so wanted to make sure that it wasn't Natalie, Sarah, and Tony, because in that situation, one can't advocate for the other.
Yeah. So Tony, he wins the fire. It's the final three now, and they make their case in front of the jury. I have to say, I was not overly impressed with Natalie's case. I didn't love her explanation as to why she didn't step up and make fire. I didn't love a lot of what she was doing. There were times, and it's just never a good look to try to like interrupt your opponents, I feel. And there was a moment where she was trying to interrupt Tony while he was talking. I'm sure that happened more than just that. But and we will go over the jury speaks videos on CBS. But based on those videos, it felt to me like a lot of them were very pro Natalie. A lot of them were very like, I am very willing to vote for Natalie as long as she makes a good speech, as long as she gives me what I want in the final tribal. And almost none of those people voted for Natalie. It feels to me like she, at the very least, missed out on picking up a lot of votes that she might have been able to get in this final tribal.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because it speaks to some of the flaws that people talk about with Edge, that, the majority of the jury had not played with Tony, or maybe not the majority, but a large chunk of them had not played with Tony or had played with him for a very small amount of time. Some people like Ethan hadn't even met him, like Ethan said, I think in his interview with Rob today. So it puts someone like Tony at a disadvantage because, these people want to vote for their friend and they're just like looking for that reason. And I do wonder sometimes, is being a returning player a bit help him here? You know what I mean? Like in a normal Edge season where they don't know that person at all. Does Tony get a little bit of help because of his legacy, and obviously he did really well at Final Tribal and Natalie obviously didn't do as well, but I wonder how much that helps. Hey, just that he was Tony Vlachos and that even though these people didn't know him, some of them were able to go, but it's Tony from freaking Cagayan and he made it to the end, I think that's a good point. I think that, looking at the people who didn't ever really meet him, I think that for the most part, those people probably still would have voted for him, but I'm sure it was at least a little bit of a factor that like
knowing at the very least his reputation, hearing from other people, because even if they didn't watch his season, hearing from other people like, oh no, he was great, or he came in with this target, whatever, I think is really going to help, Tony's case. And if he is a completely unknown quantity, then it's going to be a lot harder for him to get votes. And this is a point that I want to make, that I think that this season, in combination with the original Edge season, has all but proven that Edge of Extinction is definitely a broken concept. And I know that that's something that a lot of people have talked about and have felt before, but the fact that Natalie didn't win this jury vote, I don't think that that is the normal course of events. I think that it took a lot for her to lose. I think that there were things that happened on Edge that we're going to talk about, where she was like just not doing a great job of jury management on Edge of Extinction. She did not make a couple of decisions that she needed to make in the game to help out. Her final tribal performance wasn't great, but all of the pieces were in place for her to absolutely win this game against the person who is arguably the greatest player of all time, who played arguably one of the greatest games of all time. And it took that player playing one of the greatest games of all time to beat somebody on Edge. And even then, she still had to make a number of mistakes to not beat him. On a season of all winners, where people do know Tony from before the season, like there are so many different factors that, so many different paths that I think Natalie could have traversed to get these votes and to win this game. It was sort of a freak accident that wasn't the case. Like I said, I think if this is Tyson, I think Tyson wins.
Yes, exactly. I think it's crazy to think, because I think that there was a lot of talk pregame that like, oh, well, winners wouldn't vote for the Edge person. And as we see, Parvati voted for her, Ethan did. And a lot of people, if they didn't have that big, juicy player who had ran the game like Tony and had been a threat, if they had wound up at the end with Michelle and Ben, or somebody who more resembled a Gavin or a Julie, like, I don't know. I mean, this was essentially like if Rick Devens was sitting at the end with Chris. Now it's a little more complicated because Rick also came back from the Edge, but it's similar, right? It's kind of like if that had happened. So if we had been in a situation where even maybe Sarah, but more anyone other than like Denise, if it's Denise, Natalie, and Michelle, I mean, Natalie probably wins in a slam dunk.
So there it is. I will say that there's been some heat thrown in the direction of some of Natalie's votes, the people who voted for Natalie. I will say again, in my opinion, don't hate the player, hate the game.
No,
hate the concept,
agree.
Because the concept requires you to, like, when you are on Edge, and if you're Tyson or whoever, and or Rob or whoever, and you're like, this is my path to win the game, is to get back through Edge, then you of course have to be open to the idea of voting for somebody who came on Edge. And if you look at the people who voted for her, you have Tyson, who is friends with her from outside of the game. She bought an idol for him. So Natalie tells a story in the post game where she had known Tyson from before the game, because she had gone to, I believe she called it concussion camp. She had a concussion and she had to get treated for it where Tyson lives. And Tyson invited her to stay at his home just out of the blue. They didn't know each other beforehand, and he was very generous and she loved staying there. And so like they were great friends prior to the season. On the season, on Edge, they bonded. She bought an idol for him. How is Tyson not gonna vote for that person, right?
Exactly.
Like this is like, I
just
understand. Yeah, there's a game level. Sure, there's like respect the game, but it's also $2 million,
Right.
and to give that $2 million to somebody you've known for a couple of days over a good friend of yours who is so generous to you out of the kindness of her heart, like, of course you're gonna vote for your friend. Like, of course you are. Like, that's no brainer. Jeremy, number 2. Also great friends with Natalie outside of the game.
Right, of course.
Of course, he's also going to do that. And then the other 2, Parvati and Ethan, neither of them met Tony once. Neither of them interacted with him at all in the game. They both spent tons of time with Natalie on Edge. Like, can you really blame them that much? I know there were other people that also didn't meet Tony, but like, you know, and kudos to them. I guess we can give them credit for putting the game ahead of, you know, their personal relationships that of the people that they interacted with on the island. But I cannot blame somebody who had no interaction with the ultimate winner for not voting for that winner. It's as Ellie points out in the chat, it is like me voting for Amon over you.
Oh, I have to bring that up. No, no, and you know, of course it's like that. But the other thing I was thinking while you were talking was, not only is there the human factor, you know, Ethan today with Rob says, I didn't see everything Tony did. I saw Natalie being a beast in these challenges. So that's the thing that's really tricky about Edge too, is not only are they forming personal bonds, but for people who've been there a long time, they're seeing the good things Natalie does over the things that Tony does in the game. It's different than the jury. You know, when you're on the jury, all you see is tribal council, whereas there's this whole other game. So not only can you not blame Ethan from a human standpoint, in his mind, he's seen the great Edge game and not the great game, you know, that Tony played. And we don't know how much came out in the final tribal, but it's really tough the way the concept works, especially this season where the Edge person had even more to do. That's what's interesting. It was even her Edge game was actually more impressive than Chris Underwood's ever was. It was just the in-game stuff that maybe she came up short of what he did.
So that's how that went. So there are let's go through, because they released the jury speaks videos on CBS. Every single juror talking over their options, sort of like what they were thinking prior to the vote. And so some of this is interesting, some of it is a little repetitive, so we're gonna kind of run through it for you guys so that you don't have to watch every single one if that's not what you're into. But Ben was pretty hard on the idea, I don't want to vote for somebody from Edge. If you get voted out, you get voted out. That's how I feel, which is understandable given that he was never on Edge. He never had that
exactly
incentive.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
So he knows how hard Tony has played the game, and there's definitely a case for Tony to be the best winner. There was never any real question from Ben that he was going to vote for Tony.
Yeah.
Tyson had one of the more unique videos here because it seemed like he was the only one who was talking like he didn't know who was in the final 3. Like, this came earlier than that. So he basically said, it's between Tony and Natalie for me. If they're both there, I'm voting for Natalie. If just one of them is there, I'm voting for that one. So if Tony's there without Natalie, I'm voting for Tony. If they're both there, I'm voting for Natalie. If Natalie's there at all, I'm voting for Natalie. He's basically was like, nothing's gonna sway me. I mean, she gave me an idol. She's running the dream run that I hoped I would. And so, like, if I don't vote for her, then people wouldn't have, like, I wouldn't have voted for me. And so he says, but he does enjoy Tony. He's a weirdo and he's goofy. And he doesn't see himself not voting for Tony if he's there without Natalie. So that's where Tyson was at. Rob, I thought, had a great one. Rob in particular, I think, is the person that I think a lot of people would have expected. Like, Rob, great player, maybe. But I think a lot of people feel like Rob has a big ego. And I think a lot of people who don't like Rob expected Rob to come in like, I'm the king. Like, I'm not going to let anyone else dethrone me. A little bit like how Sandra was like, I don't want a woman to win because I don't want there to be a new queen. And so, but I really enjoyed Rob's thought process. I thought he had one of the best videos here. He says, it's my first time in jury and I want to vote for the best player, period. I think people who lost to a bitter jury are often very not wanting to do that to anybody else.
Yeah, they're sensitive. They're sensitive to that, I think. Yeah.
And so he says, basically, there were two games going on simultaneously. Tony has played this amazing game on Survivor. Natalie has played this amazing game on Edge. And ironically, being first to Edge gave her an advantage, and she kept things from people, and that was smart of her to do. She was finding advantages and pretending that she wasn't. I think Ethan said in his interview with Rob that in the first part of the game, the people on Edge were like, these players, they're stupid. They think these advantages are coming from here.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah,
Natalie,
that's right. I saw that clip
and
too.
Natalie was like, yeah,
that's
those
awesome.
people.
That's so funny.
And so Rob was like, that was really smart of her, like that she played an amazing Edge of Extinction game, but at the same time Tony has played amazingly. He says he loves Michelle, but he doesn't think she has a chance to win. She went wherever she could fit, but she was left out of everything, and she's kind of in the end by default, and this is not the best of the best. That's just not the person that you vote for in a season like this. And so he's looking for certain things from each of Tony and Natalie at Final Tribal, and he could go either way. So I think it's pretty clear that he did not find the things that he was looking for from Natalie in that Final Tribal.
And that shows how close it was. That really does show how close it was. And there's even some stuff in the Michelle exit interview that she said certain people voted for Tony because they were worried that voting for Michelle would gift Natalie the win when they really wanted Tony to win. So as you can see, even going into Final Tribal, it was close.
Yes.
Which just goes to show Edge is so hard because Tony had played one of the greatest games ever and was not a lock on that day 39.
Yeah. Marietta says his voting confessional was savage. I completely agree. Great
that
one.
was
you needed to play perfectly. If you wanted to win this, you needed to take out this guy.
That was awesome. I mean, Rob delivered as a juror for sure.
Definitely. It's been
great.
4 seasons worth of preparation for Rob.
It was still the Godfather thing, like it was still like she was his disciple. Like, I sent you out into the field. You had one job. You failed. Like it really felt like he had sent her into the game as the Rob father.
Yeah.
You had one job. And you screwed it up.
So one of the things that I feel like I learned from these jury speaks videos was that they really, none of them really respected Michelle's game. They all love Michelle as a person, but they were very down on her game, and her chances to win, I think, were very, very slim from the start. I think she actually had a pretty good Final Tribal performance, but she was so far behind in terms of the jury's estimation of her game. I think they're all pretty fair in terms of where they're placing her, especially when she's in comparison to somebody like Tony, who ran the game so well from start to finish. But it's definitely something that we'll notice as we move through here. Sophie says Tony was like a shark in water. He never stopped moving. He makes people play with him instead of playing with other people. And it's hard to find a flaw in his game. She said, Michelle, she tried really hard, but if Tony has dictated the pace of the game, Michelle has been a follower. If I vote for Michelle, I'll be rewarding somebody who never really grasped the game. She says she's super impressed by Natalie. She worked hard just like Tony, but playing a different game. That she played a perfect Edge of Extinction game. But that perfect Edge of Extinction game started on day 2. And that's something you have to consider. She says, Natalie's the person that I feel best about. I love her as a person. She's a wonderful person. I love who she is. Don't really know Tony, but I respect Tony a lot. If I'm thinking strategically who I want to vote for, that's where I'm leaning. If I think personally, who do I like more? Who is the person that I like the best? That's probably Natalie. But she says, I don't want to go in judging the twist. I want to judge the people. And right now, I just haven't decided yet. So Sophie, another person up in the air between Natalie and Tony. No, not considering Michelle.
Yeah. It's interesting. Do you feel, just hearing this out, I'm interested to think about this. It does feel like Sarah has a real shot here still
Yeah.
in the votes that you've said, because she's got Ben. She may have had Sophie, hey, especially if Sophie's saying she doesn't feel like she knows Tony. So it's just an interesting thing to track as you're going through the Jury Speaks videos. It does seem at the moment like Sarah had a real shot against Tony.
I agree. I think Ben, Sophie, Kim were three of the votes that Sarah was really
Denise,
counting on.
I think she gets Denise too,
Denise,
actually.
I think she was counting on. So that's 4. And then what Sarah will say in some of her exit press as well is that she definitely loses to Tony in a final 2, but she was kind of hoping if I get to a final 3 with Tony, then the votes might split in a way where I can win. I'm not sure that would have happened. I think it's a nice thought, but usually what happens with the jury is that they don't want somebody to accidentally win. If they feel like there might be a close split, they're going to consolidate their votes in one direction. We actually see that is what happened in this vote. That is
what happened this time, yes.
So I don't really agree with Sarah with the split vote idea. I think that her better shot was just outright beating Tony with that sexism argument, and just like out arguing him at Tribal, which I actually think there's a small chance it could have worked depending on the circumstances getting there. Yeah,
it's weirdly brought up, like, because it was brought up, I think, by Laurel at one point too, and it's weirdly brought up a lot. This dream of the other people splitting votes and so you win is brought up so often when it's never even come close to happening in a season of Survivor. Except, I don't know, did Courtney almost win China that way? I mean, other than that, I don't even know.
Yeah. So then we get to Adam, who says it's outrageous that Tony came in with the threat level he did and made it to the end without any votes against him. It really appears, and I love Adam. Adam and I often on the same wavelength about some things. He's very careful with his words. He says it really looks like Tony has been dominating. That's what it looks like to us from our perspective. Maybe it's not true. Who knows? But that's what it looks like. And he says, you know what, though? Natalie dominated Edge. It's a completely different game. We see, again, a lot of the same phrases that basically Natalie dominated Edge, Tony dominated the game. They're two different games, and they're trying to figure out which one they need to reward. And so many of them are up in the air between the two of them. It's just a matter of which one is going to make the better case at Final Tribal. But Adam does say he leans toward being more of a purist. He's going to give the edge to somebody who, and this is my wordplay, not his. He's going to give the edge to somebody who wasn't voted out. But there is still some merit to the edge game. He says if Natalie loses, he thinks it'll be in a close vote.
Yeah. Okay. It's interesting. It speaks to what we were saying before in that if Natalie had been able to dominate the 3 days that she was in the game, she's probably unbeatable. Because as you can see, people are still unable. Like if the narrative, I guess, like it kind of wound up being with Chris Underwood, is they dominated Edge. And then while they were in the game, they dominated the game. That's where it becomes insurmountable. I think that's ultimately why Natalie came up just a little short, as she wasn't quite able to get that in people's heads, that she had dominated the real game as well when she came back.
Ethan is going to say in his interview with Rob that he thinks that if Natalie chooses to make fire against Tony and wins, Natalie wins the game easily, whereas if Sarah beats him, then it's a much closer vote. And we get that sentiment a lot in the Jury Speaks. And a lot of this, it really feels like it was so close that if Natalie had made that decision, she probably wins the game, and she probably also beats Tony because Tony wasn't good at making fire. So it really does feel like she cost herself the game with that decision and a few other decisions.
Well, here's a thought I had actually just quickly is Rob talks about how Chris's win affected this season, like last night in the Know-It-Alls. Can Natalie win with this game if Chris Underwood doesn't do well? Like if he comes back from the edge in 38 and let's say he doesn't win immunity, doesn't get the idol from Lauren and is just gone at 6, does Natalie win because nobody had done it? I think it was the juxtaposition of the two really tricked her up, whereas they'd seen a more dominant edge game, right? And like Rob was saying, she didn't make the fire. Whereas I think she actually probably could have won with this game if Chris had failed. Because then it would like, well, Chris came back from the edge and he couldn't even get to the final 3. And Natalie did. Like it's interesting how that really does color it. That if Chris had at any point failed in his quest to sort of get back to the final three, she would have probably been fine.
I agree.
Or had a way better chance.
When you now have only two examples, you have Chris and Natalie in front of you, and one of those examples did better than the other one, it is going to sort of limit how you feel about this. Whereas I think that if Chris hadn't done so well when he was coming back from the edge, then the focus most of the focus was on Natalie's time spent on edge with all the advantages in the fire tokens. But there was also a little bit of talk about like what she did in the game as well, and how she didn't really survive any votes without immunity. And I think that without Chris doing what he did, there would have been less focus on what she did in the game, because that would have seemed more impressive, because Chris hadn't done it before. I completely agree. I think that, again, she's definitely... many different paths could have been traversed for Natalie to win this game. She came pretty close, I think. So Nick says he thinks Tony is either the top or one of the top Survivor players ever. He respects Michelle. He could totally vote Natalie. Natalie's very impressive. Not a whole lot from Nick here. Amber says she has to be really open-minded, but Natalie does have a lot to prove. She's not sure the person who came back from Edge should win the game. She says, Tony earned my respect in a very short amount of time when I spent time with him on our original tribe. She says, like, not even just watching him in the game, but just her experience with him on the tribe. She came to respect him as a person. And then also watching him play the game, came to respect him a lot. She says she likes Michelle, but she feels like the winner should have more control over their journey in the game. And so Michelle, not really an option for Amber. So Wendell was a vote I was surprised about. I thought, they kicked it, right? Like,
right, of course, yes.
surely we get at least one pity vote from Wendell. Wendell says Tony showed a different guy to them at first, and he minimized his threat level. He is definitely in the greatest of all time conversation worthy kind of player. I also want to say I feel like Wendell needs to be a guest on the Legacy Watch at some point, because in the Ponderosa videos, Wendell says, I think there are 3 tiers. No, Wendell, there are 4 tiers, but close. In the first tier, you've got, your Rob, Parvati, Kim Spradlin. In the second tier, you've got like me, Dominic. And then in the bottom tier, you've got like, your Benz, and he's talking to Tyson and Jeremy. And he's like, and Tyson.
In the bottom tier. I think he wrote the GOAT on his vote when they showed the votes really quickly there. He wrote the GOAT as he was voting for Tony.
Yeah, I feel like Wendell and I clearly share a mentality when it comes to and I love that, like, he is in that he is being ranked, because a lot of people look, we love ranking people. We know that it's dumb and arbitrary and
reductive.
We absolutely do not mean to cause anyone pain or upset anyone or anything like that. This is just a silly, nerdy thing that we do for fun. If we put somebody in the bottom tier, it's not to shame them. It's not to make them feel bad. It's just, everyone deserves to win. Nobody should feel bad for winning. Everybody should be proud of their win. That is my opinion, despite any kind of ranking. So, but to see Wendell like so cool, like ready to like, let's rank me, let's rank everyone. I'm like, I love it.
He's got to get on it next time, next all returnee season. Gotta get him on the Legacy Watch.
So Wendell says he likes Michelle the most, and I'd be happy with her getting the money. I'd also happy be with Tony getting the money, and he's leading the pack right now. Again, this was very interesting to me. I've always been a proponent of the jury does not vote for who they like the best. They vote for who they respect the most. And in a lot of these jury speaks videos, they said, I like Michelle the most, or even I like Natalie the most. But all of those people ultimately vote for Tony because they respected him the most in the game. I agree. And I think on certain seasons, what can happen is that if you
dislike someone enough, it can mean that you can't respect them on a
Yes.
game level as well, right? So it's sort of this weird Venn diagram of the two, I guess, if that's the right way to say it. Like, it's like respect is where, love for the game and love for the person meet. If there's too much or too little of one, they're not going to be able to vote for them.
Absolutely. And the two concepts are very tied. The more you like someone, the more reasons you'll find to respect them. And the more you dislike them, the more reasons you'll find to not respect them. Right. But the end line, I think, is respect, even though liking has a lot to do with respecting. So we get to Ethan. Ethan says that he's never met Tony. He wants to hear from Tony, like, what are the relationships you built? How did you use those to get yourself further in the game? He just doesn't really know a whole lot about it. Natalie,
are you?
Natalie, he says Natalie played the best Edge of Extinction game, and so he really respects Natalie a lot. So that's where Ethan's head was at. Denise says, Michelle played a game that is most similar to my own, but I'm super impressed by Tony. He just dominated all aspects of the game. It's hard for me to vote for Natalie because she did not see any of her game. All of her game was on Edge of Extinction, and I was busy playing on Survivor.
Yeah, and that's what you can see is these people who never spent time on the Edge. It's like it's the reverse bias, right? It's like they're not going to give Edge any respect, right? Because they didn't see it. It's almost like it wasn't real.
Mm-hmm. Yule says he was super impressed that Tony was able to change his approach this time, that he has connected with people on a different level. He is definitely the front runner for him. He thinks Tony will win unless he screws up, and it's revealed that like he was just Sarah's lackey, or that Sarah was the mastermind or something like that. He thinks that Michelle is going to have the hardest time. The perception is that she's kind of a goat, and that's why she got to the end, because nobody thought she would win. So
what a transformation, because we all know what Yule thought about Tony preseason, right? We all remember what Yule thought about Tony. So this is really fantastic. Yule did not mince words when describing his preseason opinion of Tony. So this is fantastic that Tony was able to turn him into a jury vote.
Yeah. So Sarah says that if Tony wins, I win. We played the game together. He's played the best. We basically played the same game. He brought her people. She brought him people. They really just dominated the whole thing. She hopes the jury isn't bitter. I thought this statement in particular, that he brought her people and she brought him people, so telling. I finished recording my first kind of off-season social strategy podcast. It's about Big Brother and Survivor. It's going to be starting next week. And the first podcast was about alliance structure and sort of like the dominant strategy for alliance structure in a show like Survivor or Big Brother, in particular looking at Big Brother. But one of the dominant strategies, in my view, has always been having two people who are able to kind of keep their connection on the down low, at least a little bit, being able to separate and divide and conquer. That Sarah is getting her people. She's got Ben. She's got, Sophie. She's able to pull in people like Kim and Natalie at times. And then you've got Tony on the other side. He's got Nick. He also works on Ben. He's working on, Jeremy. And through those separate connections where they are able to come together and work them both, that is so super effective in a game like this. Anytime people are able to successfully implement something like that, they do very, very well. I feel like it's not talked about enough. So if you want to hear me talk about more of that sort of thing, you can check out that podcast. It'll be coming out soon.
And even more credit for Tony and Sarah, that people should have seen that. That's what's amazing about them, is that this wasn't an all newbie season. This wasn't Malcolm and Denise or Wendell and Dominic. I mean, this was really two people who everybody already knew were really tight. So that's why it's incredible that they were able to play the game like that in this season.
Yes, it'll probably be on like reality TV Rahap Ups or the Big Brother feed or some kind of feed. I'll let you know on Twitter at Armstrong Taran. So that's keep. And it was just it's kind of an experimental thing. It was mostly just me by myself, kind of going through the history of Big Brother and sort of working through the development of the sort of dominant strategy and alliance structure. So we'll see how it goes. So anyway, back to Survivor. Parvati talked about how she adores Natalie.
I just gotta step away for 1 minute, okay? You can give it.
Yeah, go ahead. She adores Natalie, but she played horribly in the first day. I thought this was super interesting. So Parvati said Natalie played horribly on day one. She says Natalie was an easy vote out for the first vote because of how bad she played. She was super overconfident. She was throwing out a ton of names. And apparently that is why Natalie was the person who was voted out first. And this was kind of news to me. It was interesting to see that, like, basically in one of the few days that Natalie did play the game, she apparently did not make a great impression with the people that she played with. Despite this, of course, we know that Parvati votes for Natalie, and I think that that's in part because she adores Natalie. But she says it's going to be hard for Michelle to get her vote because Michelle was always following, never leading. She's going to have to convince her that she was able to convince people to work with her or go with her on things, because she just doesn't seem to have done much. She was super impressed by Tony, but overall, we knew that she ultimately votes for Natalie. So the main thing you missed, Brendan, was that Parvati said that Natalie played terribly on day one, and that's why she was the first person voted out.
Oh no!
Which I thought was interesting.
And that is interesting. Yeah. Did she get the votes of anybody which is interesting because she talked about how she was surprised she didn't get Danny's vote, and I wonder how much that actually was part of it. Because she didn't wind up getting the votes of anyone that she played with on that.
Well, she got Parvati and Ethan.
Oh, she did get Parvati. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, she ultimately
My
did
whole
get
theory
Parvati.
is gone, but maybe that had something to do with Danny.
But like, we didn't see much of this, so I thought it was interesting that somebody who did vote for her is the person saying she played horribly. Kind of gives you some credibility, right? Like if Parvati was like anti-Natalie and saying that, you'd be like, take it with a grain of salt. Interesting here. We hear from Kim. She says, Kim says, look, Michelle had the luxury of not being seen as a threat to win in the end, and that was what allowed her to get by. Not great. Tony was the most surprising person out here. She says she did not want to meet him. She did not want to play with him, but then she did meet him, and he was so much more likable than she thought he would be. And you know what? He totally screwed me over, and he lied to me, but not in a way that made me feel slighted. He played his ass off. He never played it safe, and he really went for it. And so she's really impressed. She says, I can't help but be impressed with what Natalie did, though. I really like Natalie. She's a great person, and so I'm really conflicted. Kim also not firmly with the Tony vote at this point, definitely willing to go over in the Natalie direction as well. Jeremy says, this is my second time on the jury. I thought this was interesting because Jeremy's been on the jury twice now. Both times he's voted for Natalie.
That's right. Same with Sarah.
Right? Interestingly, the Jeremy and Natalie pair, they both played San Juan Dustler. Natalie wins. Jeremy plays again, wins. Now Natalie played again, almost won.
Yeah.
Compare that to Cops Are Us. They both play in 3 seasons, and they both won one of the seasons that they played on. So Cops Are Us is going to edge out that duo.
That is true. That is an incredible statistic that they were able to do that. That is, it's wild. Yeah.
He says that the one positive thing you can say about Michelle is that she's very good at hiding it when she doesn't like you. He's impressed by that. Jeremy, not as great at hiding it when he doesn't like you. One of the stories that Ben talked about in his post-game is that he apparently had gone to Jeremy and Jeremy has not confirmed this story. So again, you always got to take some of this with some grains of salt. But Ben had apparently gone to Jeremy like day one. Hey, I want to work with you. I think that we can do something. We can make something happen. And then as he's walking off, he looks back and he catches Jeremy giving one of Jeremy's looks to the camera. And you guys know what kind of look we're talking about. One of those, like, this guy. Like, this guy, he's gonna try and work with me. One of those kinds of looks. And he catches him doing that. He's like, Jeremy, what the hell? And Jeremy was like, you gotta do something to my thing, man. You just gotta...
Shades of Tony catching Ben hiding the eye, though, right? It's
right.
Like, hey, what are you doing, man? What are you doing right there? I saw you, man. I saw you look at the camera.
So Ben says that this is what this stuck in the back of his mind throughout the entire game, and was ultimately why he never fully trusted Jeremy, even though Jeremy did come to want to work with Ben a bit more. And so I don't really have a lot of reason to not believe this. It sounds kind of believable, and it kind of explains, I think, their relationship and what happened. So it's an interesting story nonetheless. But I definitely thought it was, coincidence. It comes full circle, and when Jeremy says Michelle's good at hiding it when she doesn't like it.
That's right.
He says he loves Tony. Great guy, really got along with him well. But he shouldn't have come after me so early. That was a mistake. No, shouldn't have done that, Tony. Jeremy, not great at letting things go, I think.
Yeah, but he made it to the end. Like, this guy is so dumb, apparently. And,
yeah.
He is not really, yeah.
So Danny is the final person here. She says, Michelle is not a leader. She followed the whole time, but she is likable. She says that she doesn't know Tony at all. Never met him, but she can't help but love him. He has done everything. He has hit every single thing in the game for her. He is in the lead to win in her eyes. She says, Natalie was like my sister at the beginning of the game. Between her and Tony, it's very close. And so she was definitely considering voting for Natalie pretty heavily. Now, Natalie was the most surprised that Danny did not vote for her. She was very much expecting Danny to vote for her because apparently Danny was very pro-Edge. She was very close to Natalie. But Natalie felt like at some point on Edge, Danny started hanging out with like Yule and Wendell in particular a lot more, and she feels like Wendell might have talked her into voting for Tony or something else instead of her. So this is kind of where I think we can get into some of what we're hearing about Natalie's time on Edge, that I think at first she was doing a good job. Social game was on point. She was, bonding with people like Amber and Danny. But at some point, a bit over halfway through, she kind of started to isolate herself a bit. And these are her own words, that she started focusing on herself instead of the other players on Edge. And I have a couple of quotes from her that she said that people were being being zombies. She called them like White Walkers or something.
They lost hope.
Yes. And they were taking comfort in each other. And she said, and there was a conscious effort I made because Extinction became really crowded really quick, and it's really easy to lose focus of why we were there. And you can just use each other to laugh and have this dark humor because everybody was miserable. And so instead of doing that, she decided to go off on her own and sort of do her own thing and focus on getting back into the game. And while she's doing that, like, all the people on Edge are finding comfort in each other and bonding and laughing and and she was missing out on a lot of that. And it did seem like some of the bonds that she had created earlier on, like Danny and Amber, were like, oh, okay, I guess see you later. And they just spent more time bonding with everybody else and kind of lost out on some of those votes that she probably would have had otherwise. And so this is again where I feel like this is where Natalie seemingly drops the ball pretty heavily in terms of jury management. Again, any other player on Extinction who is a little more focused on this jury management probably has a lot more votes against Tony in the end. And again, broken concepts.
No, it's so hard. And like I said, it's that human thing. It's just so hard. And if people really do feel that pack mentality, and I don't know why that is, but it does seem like there was maybe a little bit less of a pack mentality this season than there was in the previous Edge season. For whatever reason, there were a little, and maybe not, but it just seems like, Chris tells stories about everyone getting together and plotting out what the person would have to do to get back in the game. And even though Rob alludes to that, he also alludes to this sort of friction, right? In these sort of different groups.
Natalie also tells Dalton Ross that she wants to go on Big Brother. Which she would be the first person to complete the
She has to do it, yeah.
Dalton tells her not to. I was like, Dalton, what are you doing?
Yeah, we got to be getting it at some point. I mean, we got to be close to someone getting the trifecta. Have to be close.
Another quote she had from talking about her time on Edge, she said, Kim talked to me a lot about Sarah because I asked her. A lot of the boys like Wendell, Yule, and Adam weren't sharing too much information. I'm not sure if that was strategic because they wanted to keep things to themselves, but I figured there's only one of us going in. There's no reason to keep things to ourselves. So, but they weren't willing to be open. So Sophie, Kim, and Parvati talked to me a lot. I used a lot of their information. They all told me Tony was definitely playing the best game. I just didn't realize nobody on the beach knew it. They only knew it when I got voted out. They only knew it when they got voted out. I just didn't understand why they didn't listen when I came back to the game. That was the biggest piece of information I had when I returned, and when I got back there, I tried to make everyone turn on Tony, but it didn't work. So I thought this was interesting, and we see this a lot actually, especially on Big Brother when there are buybacks. Somebody comes back into the game and tries to out the person who is in control. We saw it happen with Derek, who was on this podcast a few weeks ago, that somebody came back into the game, tried to be like, Derek's running the show, guys. It didn't work. We saw it happen with Tyler in season 20. It happens a lot. Yeah. People go after the person in charge, and it's made me start to think about, is that the right move? Like, if you come back into the game, yes, it's true, but the person you're targeting, if they're playing the best game, they're also probably the best equipped to deflect, to disarm you. They're probably in a really good position. That's why they're doing the best, and that position probably dictates the fact that they're going to be able to sort of rebuff you.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like, I mean, I have not thought this out at all, so I don't know if it's going to make sense when I say it. But I wonder, is there any merit to going the other way? Are there circumstances where if she comes back and says something like, man, they hate you, Tony, they hate you, dude, you better change up your game, or I don't know, like I said, it's situational, but is there some merit to either coming back like to Tony and saying, oh man, Sarah is going to win the game? I mean, it's hard with them because I think they were so locked in that it's different, but with a tighter bond, could you blow up a tighter bond by lying? Or could you get the player that's playing the dominant game by staying still and staying the course? Like, does something happen if someone comes back into the game, say in Big Brother 16, and they go, man, Cody is loved by the jury, Cody is respected, Cody is going to win the game? I mean, does Derek make an unforced error or something?
Yes.
I mean, it's interesting.
Some people in the chat are mentioning Big Brother Canada 4 and Mitch. I think that's a different situation because the person who voted out in that instance was able to watch footage, and so they had a lot of credibility when they came back in. But back to the point, I completely agree. The thing I was thinking of was, what happens if Natalie comes back in and she goes to Ben and she says, Ben, instead of saying, Ben, you're going to lose the game, which prompts him to sacrifice himself for Sarah and Tony. What if she goes to Ben and she says to Ben, hey, Ben, you're going to win this thing. They're loving
so
you.
Cruel. It's awful.
And she says that in front of Sarah and Tony. And so, like, the people in charge who are in a position to actually change things, I'm sure Tony probably would have seen through it. But like, there's something here, right? What if, like, it puts a little bit of doubt into Tony's mind. Right. What if Ben starts to see that there's a little bit of doubt in Tony's mind? What if Ben's ego starts to pop up a little? I can win this thing. Exactly. They see that I can win. Are they going to cut me now? It's just a little dose of paranoia that might start to spread a little bit. I think there's a little bit of merit here.
Yeah. Is there something there? I think what it is that in these seasons, the person who's dominating, going to win the game, is probably doing so because they've got the game on lock, right? And because they've set up the power structure in an almost impenetrable way. And so I think when you say to them, everyone's going to vote for you, they go, well, this is great. Now all I have to do is keep what I'm doing, keep reinforcing the social bonds I'm reinforcing. And so it's less likely to fail. Whereas if you come in and tell that person that they're not on the right track, they're more likely to potentially shake up their game and change the power structure of the game, right? They're more likely to go, oh my God. Like, what if Andrea had come back in Redemption Island and said, Rob, you got no chance to win the game. Like, nobody respects you, or whoever. It changes everything, right?
Mm-hmm. Now, I did not catch this myself, but I was told on Twitter that Danny did an Instagram live today, and that on that Instagram live, she said that Natalie actually went off on Yule on Edge of Extinction one time because he was taking too long to get rice, and that was kind of like, again, like not great jury management. Now, again, this is coming from Danny, and I like Danny, but she is definitely saying a lot of things about a lot of things post-game. And again, this was not firsthand information at this point, but I figured we'd throw it out there.
Yule's impact, man. Yule's impact on the season.
So we're probably going to get to the Legacy Watch soon. We're gonna Rob will be joining us to talk Legacy Watch. It'll probably happen relatively soon, but in the meantime, so we might have to like interrupt the what we're saying and cut over to the Legacy Watch. But in the meantime, we're going to continue to talk about some of the exit interview information. So just tidbits of information that I got that I thought were interesting. Tony said that he built his first spy bunker in the game with Sandra, who ratted him out to Kim, which was so interesting to me because if you remember in that episode where Tony was trying to eavesdrop, it showed Kim like, I think Tony's listening. We can't be here. And it was like, how did Kim know? She's so smart. Apparently Sandra told Kim that's what happened. That
spy bunker always gets him in trouble. He cannot win with that spy bunker. He needs to get rid of it.
It's all about the spy nest.
Yes.
He said that he talked about the fake idol. We already talked about that. We talked about the fake idol with Sarah. Another thing that he talked about that I thought was really interesting that I actually had noticed when watching, he said, this is a quote from him. He said, I guess it all comes down to me being goofy, me just making everybody laugh, me keeping my shoulders shrugged down, me hunching my back over, me keeping my arms down, never crossing them, talking to people from a lower ground so they could look down at me when they talk to me instead of looking down at them. It was just all those little things that make it count, where it makes you look like I just own people that way. They're like, okay, he's not that threatening. I was never in their face. I was like, what do you think? Okay, this is what I think. Okay, that's what you think. I'm with you. Whatever you want. Like it was just crazy. The little things that counted, that meant so much in the end. It's me reading a Tony quote without trying to imitate Tony, I think sounds pretty weird, but I think you get the point. Really interesting stuff. And I will say it's something that I noticed. That I noticed the hunched over thing, especially like at Final Tribal. Like you can really see it, and it's not something that I remembered from Kageyan. And so hearing from him that like this was something he was intentionally doing, I thought was super interesting.
Yeah, there's a really interesting moment that I actually remember, and like I said, I don't know if this is 100%, but in Tony's exit interviews, he's talked a lot about how he heard from Nick that Wendell had been working, with Michelle and with Jeremy, and he had a lot of information. And so it seems like Tony was even more game aware, specifically at the beginning of the merge, than he even seemed on the show, And there's a great scene in the merge where Sophie comes to Tony and she says, "We really need to get out Wendell," and Tony just goes, "Oh, you think Jeremy and Wendell are tight? Oh." And I always wondered, like, was that genuine, or is he playing up that he doesn't really quite know what's going on in the game? I wonder how many, like, there were a lot of times where he would defer to people and he would go, "Oh, really? Is that what's going on?" Or, "Oh, interesting." Or, he was, as a player who's so big and charismatic, and Kageyan was a bit different, but specifically in this one, he's not alpha, right? He's not alpha and aggressive. He doesn't feel like the leader. We don't see him in every scene going, all right, this is it, you know, and it's really fascinating. And I think it's why he succeeded more than a lot of like big player, big move men that we've seen play the game with that kind of, you know, whether it's a Russell Hantz or whoever, you know.
So yeah, another thing that he talked about was this Wendell situation. He said that, you know, he doesn't really take credit for the Wendell boot, but he does say that Nick had told him that Wendell was, you know, behind the Yule vote out, and that they were trading tokens, and him and Michelle were working together, and he told Sophie that Wendell was the one that screwed over Yule, and you have to imagine that that was, you know, part of Sophie's motivation going after Wendell was, you know, this idea that he had betrayed Yule. Now, I don't think that this takes away any credit from Sophie or is her full motivation for taking out Yule or Wendell, because again, what we hear her talk about is that he's too close to Jeremy, and I think that's definitely you know, was full on for Sophie. But interesting that I think that Nick told Tony about this, and that this was something that Tony was also kind of aiming for, to try and snipe out Wendell here.
Well, I think it goes to show, like, Sophie was playing such a great game and is such a perceptive and such a smart player. And I think if Tony had given her any inclination that he was going to try to usurp her or was going in soon, she would have got him. You know, it's like, it is that sort of him playing down his threat level and not butting heads with the other big strategic forces in the game that allowed him to survive in those early votes of the merge.
So then, talking about the final tribal performance, I felt like Tony was kind of muted. Like, he was very funny. He was getting the jury to laugh and stuff like that. But he wasn't doing too much. And hearing from the Jury Speaks videos, they all talked about, like, Tony just can't screw it up. He just needs to own it. He needs to just, like, you know, basically confirm how we already feel, and that's what he needs to do. And I think he recognized that, and he talks about this in an interview. He says, when I go into the final tribal council, like I did in my first season, I'm always cautious of what words to use. I choose my words wisely because I don't want to trigger any flashbacks of me being a villain. I don't want any trigger words that might turn people off. So I don't want to say, you guys need to vote for me because this is a season that you want to be represented by the best, and I'm the best, and I don't think you should vote for Natalie. I couldn't talk like that. So again, I just played my whole game like I just played my whole game. I chose my words wisely, and I was very cautious of what I said, and dropping these little subtle hints like, hey guys, just think about it for a second. This is the biggest season of Survivor. You guys are all involved. What more could you have asked of me? I won challenges. I won fire. My social game was on point. My strategy game was on point. I created blindsides. I built a spy nest. Like, I did it all. There's nothing more that I could have done in the game, but I'm not going to throw it out like that. You know, but they got the point. My game spoke for itself. And again, I feel like this was really good instincts from Tony, that he just don't mess it up.
Yeah.
Like, they already like you. The game does speak for itself. So the more he talks, the more that the more chance there is that he's going to say something that doesn't fit with how they already want to think. And absolutely, like, this, I think this is also part of, like, what keeps them from being bitter against him. And so again, just another aspect of this that I really appreciated from Tony.
Yeah, and he was like that in Cagayan too. I remember that was something that people talked about after Cagayan, that after he played this crazy, bold game, and he got in a lot more different little fights and different things with Cass or whoever on that season too, he was pretty muted in that final tribal council too. He didn't come in and go, guys, I played amazing. I'm the best player that ever played. You have to vote for me. Woo is an idiot. Like, he never said anything like that. And I think that that's one of his strengths, is that he's able to play a big game, but when he's able to get to the end, he doesn't rub it in people's faces or crown himself too early. And as we see going through the Jury Speaks videos, he wasn't a slam dunk. He needed to have a strong final tribal council performance. If he'd had an aggressively poor performance in the final tribal, it might have been enough to cost him the game.
Yeah. And we also talked about the importance of kind of like a secret partnership, especially when it came to like dividing and conquering. He had a quote talking about like when himself and Sarah, when we went into the game, we agreed to stay away from each other. The theme of the season is everyone wants to break up the power couples. You see Natalie go first because of Jeremy. You see Amber go second because of Rob. We needed to stay away from each other. So we just meet in the bushes saying we were going to go pee in 2 different places. Then we'll meet up and try to bounce ideas off of each other. And when we did a great job of hiding it. As you can see, nobody even mentioned breaking us up until later in the game. This is a question that we had all season long. Why are they saying Sophie and Sarah are the pair? Ben and Sarah are the pair. Why is it not Tony and Sarah? And it's because even when you know 2 people are friends outside of the game, if you don't see them working together tightly in the game, there's a lot of value to that. Not only in the sense that it makes it so it's not obvious, but also because it again helps you divide and conquer. You can have different social circles, which you can help bring together to work well.
Absolutely. I mean, this is one of those things that it would be great to hear more from if Rob does a deep dive with Tony or Sarah, like all these specific moments where they were kind of able to duck this target, because it is incredible when you look at all the early votes of the season were defined by whether it was fear of the ones we mentioned or the poker alliance or whatever. It seems like the early part of the season was totally dominated by fear of outside things. And yet you have these people that played on 2 seasons together. And I think around the time of Game Changers, they actually talked pretty openly about wanting to play that game together. So it's really amazing that they were able to do that in this season that was so defined by people breaking people up because of things they'd done in the past. And like Wendell and Michelle too was another thing that came up, though it didn't hurt them.
Yeah.
Wendell and Jeremy were targeted at the merge, and they didn't even play together. They were just friends. Like Wendell was just a big like Jeremy fan, and they had bonded. And they, it's crazy that Sarah and Tony were not even the merge boots. One of them.
He also mentions Nick. He said Nick didn't look so good in the season. I think she's talking about like in the edit. But we were bouncing ideas off each other and forming a tight alliance right out of the gate. Like Tony kind of saying like Nick should be given more credit. We were working really closely together for a lot of these things. Tony mentions that the appearance fee for everyone was $25,000, and that $10,000 was the finale bonus.
Right.
And so that was in the preseason. Tyson said that he started rumors that certain people got paid a lot more. But Tony said that was my pool money.
Yes, pool money.
That's why I came.
Worst case scenario, he gets the new pool.
Yes. We did also find out that Sophie, I talked about this in the episode where Tony was trying to play double agent with Jeremy, and Kim kept giving confessionals about like, I don't believe Tony, I think he's lying to us. And we were like, wow, Kim, great read on Tony. And I was like, I think that this other side, like Sophie, them, like they've told Kim that Tony's lying, and that's why she knows. We got confirmation that is Sophie told Kim about Tony tricking Jeremy. That's how Kim knew. Another thing that Kim absolutely has great reads, but in these situations it's actually her social connections that people are telling her things that is allowing her to know these things.
Another great mark for Sophie, and just goes to show how she, maybe more than anyone, was in a great position to sort of undermine Tony, and I guess just waited just that little bit too long.
Yeah. He talked about how he bonded pretty quickly with Denise on that swapped tribe, and he feels like that's why she didn't vote him out when she had that idol. Denise confirms this in her interview with Rob. She says that she never considered voting out Tony because she trusted him more, and that she felt better with him. Also, I feel like this keeps getting lost. We talked about this during the episode, but Sandra has said explicitly the plan was not to vote out Tony. She told Denise to vote out Jeremy. Jeremy was the one that Sandra wanted to leave. She also said, if you want, you can take out Tony, but I want Jeremy. And that was always Sandra's aim, was to get Jeremy out of the game. And so, but people keep forgetting this, I think.
I think that, and actually, funnily enough, I think that might explain why Denise felt like she had to play the idol on Jeremy, potentially, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's why, is because she knew that there was a chance that Sandra might just, to also claim the move, maybe for herself or whatever, she kind of, would have maybe voted for Jeremy.
She also said that she would have been a vote for Sarah if Sarah had been there instead of Tony.
Right.
So that's we got that. We heard from Michelle. She talked about. So Michelle says one of the things she said in her accident. She's pleased she did better than Wendell. She managed that. And she says that she had a few different people tell her after the fact that they were considering voting for her, not necessarily because they thought that like she would win. They all kind of still preferred Tony to win, but in order to give her second place, they were considering, I will give you my vote so that you get second place. However, they didn't end up doing that because they were worried that if they did that, that there were enough Natalie votes that Natalie might accidentally win. And so this is kind of what we were talking about earlier in terms of like the split vote plan, is that they were concerned if we put votes on Michelle so that she gets second place, Natalie might accidentally win. We don't want to take that risk, so we're just all going to pile on to Tony. And so that's ultimately what happened. The people who apparently would have considered that were Adam, Nick, Wendell, and Danny, that they were considering. And again, we heard from pretty much all of them in that jury speaks thing that they were all leaning Tony, that they all felt Tony was was playing the best. They all liked Michelle, but most of them were like, hasn't exactly played the best game. So kind of rings true that they would have they preferred to see Tony win, but were willing to give Michelle a second place vote, except for the fact that they knew how close it was that Natalie might actually win, which again points to the evidence to the fact that Natalie really was very close to winning had she had perhaps a better final tribal performance.
Yeah, it's funny. There have been a lot of tribals, right, where people have thrown a vote on somebody, whether it's like a Vetus or whoever. Like, it really speaks to how up in the air this was comparative to other tribal councils.
She in her interview with Rob, he asked her, "Did you practice the coin flip?" And she said, "No." She didn't practice she's like, what am I going to practice? It's a 50. I was like, Michelle,
we saw
practice the coin flip. I don't even remember why, but I've practiced flipping coins before. You can get it to a point, sure. Especially a big one like that. Rob also asked her about the Tyson vote, and this one really, I was like, Michelle. She said that in the vote where she ultimately votes for Tyson to go, the second time Tyson leaves, she said that she knew where both sides were putting their vote. That she was told by Nick they're voting for Tyson. She knew that the other votes were going toward Sophie or whoever they were voting for, and she decided in the moment, I want to vote with Tony and Sarah and Sophie. That's the crew that I want to move forward with, I guess. And that's why she voted for Tyson. And this, I really don't like that move. I was very confused about what this was, but like, this means that she had the information she needed. If she had told Kim they're voting Tyson, Kim could have played her idol on Tyson, and they could have gotten one of those people out, and this group could have moved forward with Jeremy. She would have been with Jeremy in a group that had numbers. Like, this was her opportunity to take some control in the game, and she passed it up. I was like, oh man, I really did not like that answer.
Yeah, it's a shame because that was the episode that famously there was just so much of the family visit. We didn't get enough strategy. And when you look back and can see the full picture of the season, that was a really important vote, actually. That final 10 vote was actually massively important to dictating the sort of flow of the season, and in some ways may have been one of the most important votes of the game. Even behind the Sophie thing, because if that goes a different way, we're talking about a totally different group of people at the end game, surprisingly. Maybe even if Jeremy doesn't have the safety without power and he has to be there and so has to play more aggressively and they go 5-5 or I don't know. I mean, there's a million different things that could have happened, but that really was a key vote.
Yeah. So we heard from Sarah. She said that what she did at 6 was campaigning for the jury. That she started campaigning at 6 because she knew she needed to start early based on what Natalie told her. She says that she definitely thinks she had a shot at beating Natalie. She flat out said in the final 4 that she doesn't feel confident making fire. And she had to come in and play the perfect game. Well, she didn't survive a single tribal without safety. Everybody talks about how awful and boring the edge is. Well, then why didn't you sit there and practice making fire all day, every day, so that you could have used that to capitalize and have the cherry on top? That's what Sarah says. I think that's a pretty compelling argument that would have been pretty effective against Natalie had Sarah made it.
Well, was it in Tony's exit interview with Rob? There was a certain exit interview where somebody, and I think it was Tony Rob, was talking about how Rob had been teaching everybody on the edge how to make fire. Do you remember this? There was something where he was saying that they spent a lot of time together that Rob was teaching people on the edge how to make fire.
I don't remember that, but
I'm
it
trying to
sounds
remember where
right.
that was. I think it might have been Tony in the Rob interview or one of them that he was saying, and so that's why, because I'd heard that same thing that you were saying about Sarah, and so I was surprised, like, wow, like maybe that was when Natalie was isolating herself, or I don't know, but it sounds like, unfortunately for Natalie, and you can't blame her, because you can imagine you battle back from the edge, you're finally back in the game, you're sitting there and you have that guaranteed shot to be at the day 39. I think she just doubted herself. It sounds like she was good at making fire. It sounds like she would have beat Tony, and maybe she just didn't quite have that, like it sounds like she actually just sold herself a little bit short, which is too bad.
Sarah also confirms that the move with Ben was so that she would have something over Tony. She talks about tricking them into thinking she has an idol. She talks about tricking them into thinking she was willing to turn on Tony when she really wasn't. And so she also talks about convincing Natalie to put her in the fire making when Michelle was crying about not wanting to do it. So she again confirms she was never turning on Tony. After Natalie came back, her hope was that she could get to the 3 with somebody that would split the votes. She talks about Natalie. She says Natalie was really nasty to Ben, telling him that the jury hated him.
The real cruel thing would have been telling him he was going to win, and then he sits at the end and finds out, That would have been one of the most painful things I've ever seen on the show. If Ben gets there like, you guys love me, right? And they're like, no, we think you're a goat.
I'm seeing a lot of people saying that that Michelle wanted to make fire, but I did read from multiple sources that the reason Natalie didn't choose Michelle, Natalie says it, Sarah says it, and unless I severely misheard, Michelle herself also said it, that she did not want to make fire, and that she was kind of a mess leading up to it.
Yeah. Well, did she say she didn't want to make it, though? Because it could be that she wanted to make it, but became a mess about it, right? Like, I don't know if she ever said, don't put me in.
I guess
so,
but
it's still not great.
But for sure, the impression that, like, Natalie and Sarah and all of them had was that she didn't want to. I will re-listen to Michelle's interview for sure to confirm.
No, I don't know.
What
I was
she
just
said.
saying, I wonder.
But everybody else said that they thought she did not want to make fire. So again, I'll re-listen to what Michelle said. I thought she said she didn't want to either. But I'm hearing some conflicting things about what she said. But what everybody else said was that she did not want to make fire. So we have a guest with us now. Somebody has joined us here on the podcast. Rob.
Yes. Did I miss anything?
Nothing. Nothing has happened.
Yes. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
They're doing well. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Brendan, how you been?
I've been good, Rob. I've been good. Yeah. No, it's great. Taran and I got to connect over this sequester game a few weeks ago, so this is awesome.
Yes. I apologize. I'm running late. That I was podcasting with Allie Lasher, and we were trying to get into everything, answer all the questions from the feedback. So it's been a busy day today.
Yeah, I mean, I know from myself, Rob, that I've literally spent all day trying to catch up, trying to like stay on top of all of the information. I can't imagine what your day has been.
Yeah, it's been busy, but very excited to be here.
All right. Well, let's get into the legacy watch then. That we're gonna get Rob's opinion. So I have the full list of winners. All the winners are taking part in the Legacy Watch now, and we're gonna go over all of it here. So we have a blank canvas on the tiers as we go here. Rob, did you see Wendell talking about the tiers in the Ponderosa videos?
No, I did not. Was he pro tiers or anti tiers?
Very pro tiers.
Yes.
He was saying there were 3 tiers, which he was close. And he talked about who was in what tier. He feels like he's in the middle tier of the 3 tiers.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
fair. All right. So what I want to do here, I want to start with just the Winners at War players, and then we're going to add in the other players. And I also want to do a side-by-side comparison of where they started the season to where they ended the season, and then we also have some additional statistics.
Oh, you've included, Taran, the winners that weren't even on this season.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
For this final one,
All
yeah.
right. Okay.
But we're gonna start with just the Winners at War, as we normally do, and we'll start down at the bottom and work our way up. So down and record number of votes as well. Thank you guys for all the votes here, as you gave your opinion about the tiers, the winner tiers. But Rob, how have you? What do you think about this concept in general? Have you enjoyed the Legacy Watch?
So I think that I enjoy the concept. I think that like from week to week, I think people like probably were a little bit too reactionary to like the micro of what necessarily happened in a given episode. But I am very excited to see at the end of this week where we stand with everything.
Yeah, we I have a chart showing the changes week to week, and they are all over the place. It's very interesting. And I also think that there are some sort of, even right now, reactive votes, and I wonder if we did another Legacy Watch like a couple months from now, I think that we might see some people change as well. But let's get going here. Down at the bottom, the very bottom of the Winners at War Legacy Watch. There's so many on here now. It's gonna take me a while to find the right face. We have Amber down at the very, very bottom. I think that this is mostly fair. I just think Amber's such a lovely human being. It makes me sad that she's on the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that people are probably, a little hard on Amber. Like, I guess out of the 20 people, this is only the Winners at War.
Yes.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? She was the second boot. What do you expect her to do? She plays a social game. That she's not gonna be out there with, being like the master of finding the fire tokens. She never gave up. She. I thought it had a couple of very touching moments about talking about how much she loves her husband. I think that Rob and Amber, for all of the like crazy like reality showmances that have come and gone, they've really like stood the test of time. I think they really care about each other. They seem like it's like a great relationship. They're seemingly almost never fighting. So Rob and Amber, look at them as a pair.
Yeah, if only Rob was at the very top, then they'd bookend.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and Amber also is one of probably the people who is least responsible. I mean, everyone's responsible for their exit to some degree, but she was largely taken out because of her connection to Rob. So
she's the one I'd fault
it's not
the
like
least.
she came. Yeah, it's not like she came into Winners at War and suddenly was revealed to be this messy player who couldn't make social bonds. I mean, she really wasn't given a chance. I mean, she went out on day 3.
Yeah. Also, like, I don't like hearing about how a person that was very integral in removing me is the worst of all these winners, and the other person that was responsible for getting rid of me didn't even get on this season. Okay, imagine what would happen to me if I was with like the best winners.
I want to see
Tony
you
would
play.
chew me up and spit me out.
I want to see you
according
play
this.
with Tony. Yeah, for sure. All right, so right above Amber we have Danny. These two have been at the bottom all season long, and it's not been great for them. Danny in particular did not start out at the bottom tier. She was actually, I mean, we'll go over where they started, but Danny definitely lost some ground here. Actually, I'll go ahead and bring up the original standings here so that we can compare side by side as we go.
Middle tier.
Yes. So here on the left we have the legacies prior to the season starting. And then on the right, we have the new at the end of the season where they have ended up. And so Amber started very down at the bottom to begin with. She just didn't really move anywhere. But Danny actually was a little bit higher. She was in the middle tier when she started this season. And she lost a bit of credibility, I think, in her performance here on the season. And she was really a player who... She talked a lot of about how she beat the radar. She didn't talk about her game to the cameras because she didn't want them to ruin what she was doing, and that's why people didn't see what she was doing. But she actually did play a very impressive game. But then she comes on this season and seemingly makes some pretty big mistakes. She has a lot to say about who's at fault and how it was edited. But ultimately, she's going to fall down here into the bottom tier, Rob.
Yeah, I can understand it. It wasn't impressive what happened here on Winners at War. I mean, it's hard to, take a lot away from what she did in Guatemala, which was impressive in terms of her win. But, we don't have anything to add to her legacy from season 40.
Yeah. So then above Danny, still in the bottom tier, we do have Ben, who has been hanging around the top of the bottom tier. Now, Ben started at the bottom of the bottom tier. He did manage to climb his way up a couple of spots. He is now at toward the top of the bottom tier, so you can give him that. There was a time when it looked like he might crack into the middle tier. He came very close, but then he fell back down, and this is where he is ultimately going to land here, Brendan.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's fascinating because I'm sure that if people would have said at the beginning of the season that Ben was going to finish 5th, you would have thought that he would have moved from the bottom tier. But it's just tough. I mean, Ben's exit is so interesting because kind of like what we're saying, he sort of took himself out of the game, which sort of like simultaneously, I think, hurts his legacy and also isn't as big a knock, right? Like he did talk in these exit interviews about wanting to play a social game and have friends and not be the guy that everyone wanted to get rid of. And he largely accomplished that goal. But I think it goes into the bigger theme of the season that a lot of these players really carried in the baggage of their previous games into this season in a way that we really, really didn't see. And so I guess at the end of the day, I guess it's fair that Ben is in the upper part of the bottom tier, just because if you compare him to where he started the season, he did a lot of things right, but ultimately he was at the end. He had no chance to win. And ultimately, whether or not you agree with his decision or not, he makes a decision to lift someone else up rather than go for the win himself or try to change the situation. So even though I don't think I necessarily am in a position that I think he's a bad winner or even played terrible this year, I do agree that he probably didn't deserve to go up in everyone's estimation. But.
Yeah. Any thoughts on Ben, Rob?
Yeah, I had a interesting conversation with Ben today on the exit interview, and I think that Ben really just felt like that he has been through this before, of like the going to the end and then knowing what that's like, and he just felt like that. He was perceptive enough to know that he didn't stand a great shot with his jury, and just ultimately didn't want to go through that process of like waiting a year to find out you're not the winner. And so I think that, he knew what he wanted and what he didn't want enough to know, like, okay, I'd rather come in 5th than 3rd and sort of like have the certainty and be able to give my friend a better chance to be able to win. So, I don't have any issue with Ben being where he is on the winner rankings. I'm just glad that it seems like that he is probably at peace a little bit more with, how he ultimately was able to manufacture his exit from the game, as opposed to, how it could have been to be that 0 vote finalist. And then like, Ben, what did you even do? And just get reamed out in front of the jury.
Yeah, it's something I feel like I haven't thought about as a fan, but do now, that the players that go to Ponderosa kind of get more closure. They're able to sort of they're able to sort of spend the time before the season with a full picture of their narrative. Whereas it's harder for these players like someone like Natalie or even Michelle reacting to the fact that she didn't get any votes. It's like it's more raw now for them. Whereas if you look at the Ponderosa, Ben did have that piece when he was at Ponderosa, and so did Denise.
Yeah, and he has a nice little Ponderosa segment. He's bottom tier in the Legacy Watch, but top tier in the Heart Watch. Our hearts. All right. So above Ben, we head up into the middle tier, and at the bottom of the middle tier, we have Adam Klein, who started in the middle tier, but he was a little bit higher than he is now. He has actually fallen a bit here from this season, and I personally feel like this is wrong. I don't think Adam should have fallen from this season. Yes, he made some messy moves, but he made messy moves in his original season too. I feel like Adam Klein came into a season of all winners, a season of the best players of all time, and he really played his heart out. He really did his best to try to make something happen, and he didn't always succeed, but there were a couple times when he came kind of close, and he really put it out there, and he really did a lot. He survived a lot longer than he should have. I don't think that he should be, overly commended for his game, but I don't think he should have fallen in the Legacy Watch because of this. Especially like if we compare his game to somebody like Michelle, who also was at the bottom a lot. She is more successful at surviving, but I think didn't come as close to actually getting any kind of real foothold in the game. And so I think that they're both kind of comparable in a way, but we're going to see that he is considerably lower than Michelle in the Legacy Watch here. Rob, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I agree. I think that Adam, his legacy should be up from where he was coming into the season. Like, yeah, he won his season. He won 10-0, but he didn't play a perfect game. And I think that he could have been the first boot of this season. And then because of the way that he hustled and worked hard and tried to make things happen, he was able to, get out of that position. And I think that he is a player who is very inventive and, certainly tried a lot of things. And by no means is he a perfect player, but I think that he's somebody who's going to give you a lot and created a lot of moments. And so I feel like that, to me, like the legacy is sort of like, what you leave behind. And I think that he's left a lot more behind for us after this season than when he played just the one time.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts, Brendan?
Yeah, I agree. And I think, for two reasons. I mean, I think that I know this is also about how people feel about them as players, but even just from a legacy standpoint, I mean, the fleur-de-lis moment is really iconic, and I think will be remembered for a very, very long time. So he's not like one of these people who came back and didn't make an impact. He was a huge part of the show, the entirety that he was on it. And even from a strategic standpoint, he went out of the game talking about getting rid of Sarah, right? And we talked earlier in the podcast about how the final 10 vote was really, really important when Tyson went out. Going back, that getting rid of Adam may have been a fatal mistake for a lot of people.
I agree.
Who wind up winning the game, So I don't think Adam went out looking like a fool, and in a weird way may, on a rewatch of the season, on a re-examine of the season, you might be able to point and say, he knew what he was talking about as he, went out.
He was the only one that tried to get Sarah out.
Yeah, right.
And they had the votes to do it.
Yeah.
They had the votes to do it, and they were like, "Hey, we got to vote out Adam because then he's got Nick and Michelle, but he was the bridge to Nick and Michelle, and that side with Kim and Denise and Jeremy and Tyson, they needed Nick and Michelle. They could have had them potentially at that point.
So there's Adam. Above Adam on the Legacy Watch, we're going to see that is where Nick Wilson is going to fall above Adam in the middle tier. That's about where he was at the start of the season. No real movement from Nick. He makes a deep run here. Tony, as we mentioned just a little bit earlier, is trying to give him a little more credit. He says, I was really working with Nick closely. We were bouncing ideas off of each other. I think that Nick played a very underrated game this season, that he he again was somebody who was playing from the bottom. I think that he was considerably more successful than Adam at getting a foothold in the game. I would even say for myself, I think that he was a little bit more successful than even Michelle. Certainly, Michelle wins some immunities, which prevents her from leaving before him. So the main difference here is that he didn't win those immunities. I'm not somebody that puts a lot of stock on immunities in general, anyway, though. And he actually though made some inroads with some people. And I do think was in a position where probably wouldn't have won, similar to somebody like Michelle, but was in there with at least some kind of chance, depending on if he's able to maybe get to the end with people like Michelle and Ben or something along those lines. And again, in a season of all winners, when he comes in as this young kid with no family and no real reputation and no real respect, even just doing what he was able to do, I think is worthy of some credit, even though he's not really going to move much here on the Legacy Watch. Brendan, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. And I think of all the people that we talk about who are sort of under the radar players who didn't quite usurp Tony and Sarah, he probably had one of the best openings where he was in trouble in the early part of the merge, and then in that 9-8-7 range, we don't necessarily know exactly what the path was, but if he could have cobbled together a group and taken out Tony at that point, he could have sat at the end with people that he could have beaten. And, obviously he has some moments that don't look great. That one time where he lied to Tony and it was obvious that he was lying to Tony, or and he maybe mismanages this advantage from the edge. But like we talked about, he was under the assumption, which we've now found out post-game, that Tony could possibly have two idols, that there could be different shenanigans going on. So I think he wound up playing a little more scared than he probably should have. I think he probably needed to, kind of around the time Tony takes out Sophie and really and then he does make that move with Tony, but he sort of needs to make a bigger move in that zone. That's kind of the zone where I think a lot of people lose the game this season is, 11-7. So I think that he's in a good spot, and that I really don't think he played a bad game, but ultimately wasn't able to take control of the game at any point to raise his standing.
Yeah. Any thoughts on Nick, Rob?
I think that Nick has a really great mind for the game. I think he has a lot of, really smart ideas about how to play certain things, and has a real knack for figuring out numbers and vote splits and stuff like that. And, it's cool to hear Tony talk about how that they were able to work together at times. I also think though that in the social game, I think that he is a little bit more limited in terms of some of the relationships that he's able to form out there. And so I kind of disagree that there were situations where he had a chance to win. I thought for the longest time he was on the trajectory to be the 0 vote finalist. I was actually really surprised when he got voted out in last week's episode. So I thought that Nick, he did a good job of, ingratiating himself in the numbers at points after the merge, after it looked like that he was a person that could have gone home when Wendell went home. But I feel like that he never really had a group that it seemed like that he was a part of. And I just don't think that there was ever a one consistent game plan that was going to get him to the end with a combination of people that he could have beaten. And I think it also has to do with that the younger people in this season, as we're talking about, with Adam, with Nick, with Michelle, it was an older cast. And I think that they also had that was kind of a strike, unfairly against them, that I just don't think that maybe with the exception of Sophie, that people really wanted to listen to a younger person calling the shots.
Yeah,
Wendell and Adam going out back to back at the beginning of the merge, I think really changed the complexion of the season in a way that we didn't necessarily see at the time.
I think that those younger players, Adam, Nick, Michelle, I think that they came in with an uphill battle when it came to winning in the end. And I think they all took different approaches in terms of how to combat that. And I think their only hope was for the hyenas, as Tony called them, to take out the lions, like Tony was afraid of. But people like Tony and Jeremy were too on top of it and prevented that kind of thing from happening. So above Nick, we have Wendell, who fell out of the top tier in the beginning of the season. He was a top tier winner, but this season has taken quite the toll on Wendell. There's certainly this negative edit that he received, where he kind of looks like a bit of a jerk at times, talking about kicking it and other such things. But I do think there is also some merit to the idea that, in my mind, I thought Wendell was absolutely very high tier, great winner. I was very, very impressed with what he did on Ghost Island. I was not as impressed with what he does here on Winners at War. I think this, for me, was a curse of high expectations. I think that for me, what I found in Wendell's game was that maybe he does need a Dominic there to help balance him out a little bit, in the way that perhaps JT needs a Stephen Fishback, and maybe they're combined, they are greater than their parts. Should he have fallen this far? I don't know. I don't think that he did that poorly. I would imagine that his edit came into play here in terms of falling quite this far, Rob.
Yeah, and look, and there's nothing wrong with being a partner. Everybody looks better in like a partnership where you have implicit trust with one another. That Tony does not win the season without Sarah. That when Wendell doesn't get to where he is without Dominic, and so everybody is going to look a lot better when they have this great partner who complements the skill sets that they have with other skill sets that help them have sort of like a mastermind between the two people. It's like a Malcolm and Denise are going to look better together than they do separate. So there's nothing wrong with that. I think that for Wendell, I think he was trying to sort of like have his cake and eat it too, with the whole Michelle thing, where he wanted to use Michelle as a number, but didn't want to make it look like that they had a pre-existing relationship, and was trying to throw people off by like, oh no, we don't get along. Yeah, she's my ex, and it's a bad relationship, so we're fighting. But I don't think it was really authentic in terms of like, I think they were working together, but I don't know if Michelle was totally on the same page with that plan. So ultimately there were some bad circumstances there. And then I think, he gets unfairly targeted at the merge because people look at him as a person who's going to be a number for Jeremy, and everybody's afraid of Jeremy. So I don't know how many things that Wendell really, like, I feel like the things that Wendell did wrong in this season, I feel like the edit really tried to magnify them. But in terms of the, like, oh, did he misplay the Michelle situation? Yeah, maybe he did, but that kind of had nothing to do with him being voted off, unless, Nick went and told everybody about the Michelle and Wendell of it all. And then that was a reason why Wendell ended up getting voted out. But I don't think that Wendell actually did a ton wrong here.
Yeah, I do wonder what Wendell's game would have looked like had Michelle either not been on the cast or not swapped onto his tribe. Because, if he... like, obviously he's gonna choose Michelle over Yule to work with. He can trust Michelle more than he can trust Yule. He knows her outside of the game. But if he doesn't have to make that choice, if he's able to stick with Yule, and Yule, who is a much bigger target than Michelle, is with him instead, which actually might give some credence to the argument that maybe he actually should have taken out Michelle there instead of Yule, then, now you have Yule there to help you with Sophie, who's the one that targets him at the merge, and he probably survives that merge vote with Yule there with him. And so, especially if then Michelle is also there because she didn't swap onto his tribe, I do wonder what that game could have looked like, because it really does feel like that's where he ultimately stumbles. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, yeah, and it's like what Rob is saying, and even I think what we were saying, Rob, about Nick too. It's like, if you don't have players who have a good social bond with somebody are then given the leeway to play strategically in a way that can be impressive or dominant. And some of these players we saw came back and for whatever reason were unable to. And I think Wendell, not only with Michelle, I think he was trying with Jeremy maybe too. He saw Jeremy as somebody that he could align with as well. And for some of these people, if they didn't hook in, we saw great players, like you saw Adam wanted to replicate that with Denise, but these players who weren't able to kind of lock in with a pair weren't necessarily able to play the way that they did in their winning season.
Yeah. So above Wendell, we have Ethan. Ethan, who's going to land there above Wendell. So Ethan actually starts out a little bit higher than this, but overall, not much change here with Ethan. This is about where people saw him before. I think Ethan has a great showing. Ultimately, not able to really showcase a lot of strategy because he leaves so early, but as a character, as a human, there's just so much goodwill toward Ethan, a lot of love toward Ethan. We're not going to see him fall anywhere here, Rob.
Yeah, everybody loves Ethan. That nobody wants to, knock him in the legacy rankings, and I wouldn't want to either. So I totally understand that. I think that part of the threat level for Ethan is also like if he gets close to the end, then he's somebody that everybody's gonna definitely want to vote for. So you have to take him out early. So I don't know if we got a fair representation of him as a player, because that it seems like that was hanging over his game. If he gets to the end, he'll definitely win. Even the circumstances that he went out under was like, well, he didn't do anything wrong, but we want to hurt Boston Rob, so let's vote out Ethan.
Yeah. I watched your interview with Ethan, Rob.
Yes.
Did he really forget that you were on All Stars?
He has a very dry sense of humor. I think he was. I think he was joking. I think he was. In fairness, he's been through a lot, so maybe he forgot. But no, yeah. I think he's joking.
I was hoping so.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on Ethan, Brendan?
Yeah, I think that's about right. I mean, looking at it right now, I don't know that I think he should be higher than anybody that is there. I think that, I think he's probably, like I said, it's not. I have nothing bad to say about his game this season, really. I think the idea of aligning with Rob and Parvati was a good idea. I mean, maybe he should have been more aware that the game was moving away from them, and maybe he should have tried to latch on more with Adam or somebody else, but he didn't really make like a core mistake. So it feels about right, and I can't see anybody that really should be below him, more just because he didn't yet to have a great run just in terms of placement.
Yes. So right above Ethan, we have Denise here. Denise, who started the season just below Ethan, which I think is interesting. I think they're both actually kind of similar types of players. They're both very likable, social, not overly strategic players. And then ultimately, I think the difference here between Ethan and Denise's games, certainly Denise went much further, but also Denise has that moment where she takes out Sandra that briefly catapulted her up at the top of the top tier, almost to Legends tier, briefly, before falling slowly all the way back down to the middle tier, where she's going to ultimately land. She definitely did not have the strongest finish here, Brendan.
Yeah, I think that's sort of the case. And we talked about this earlier in the podcast too, where whether it was because the game was moving too fast, whether it was because she just really felt like she didn't have a path and wasn't sure what to do, it did feel like her game lost a little bit of momentum. She says when Kim went out, she felt like the kind of legs came out from under her game. And, I really do think Denise played great, kind of maybe until Kim went home. I mean, she comes into the game, she gets in trouble early on the initial tribe, avoids that to the point where she never really is in danger again. And then she gets into this and that initial tribe, she gets to the swap, has this big moment. So, and we all talked about how Malcolm even said when he was on the podcast, right? She needed to go underground at the beginning of the merge, but she never resurfaces. That's really the problem. And so I think that's really where the story of Denise's game is, that she had this big moment. She went underground like she was supposed to, and then for whatever reason never rose. So it just the end of the game just didn't have that ending that we needed, I think, for her to stay where her highest high was.
Yeah. Rob, how did you feel about Denise?
Yeah, I feel like that for Denise, I think she just kind of got lost in the shuffle when we got to the merge. Of course, she has the big move where she takes out Sandra right before you get into the merge. And then I think then it was hard to hear from her. She ends up being sort of like the conduit. We see her around the time when Adam gets voted out, that she's like, hey, I'm on board to vote out Adam. But she's also would have been on board to go with Adam's plan to vote out Sarah that she brings to Kim. And they don't ultimately go with that plan, and ultimately Tony's side just gets too strong. And I think that at that point, Tony and Sarah are working so closely together, sort of calling the shots with people like Sophie and Ben. That Denise doesn't really have a voice in anything that's going on, and really that she's sort of saved by her social game towards the end, where she has a relationship with Ben, she has a relationship with Sarah that ultimately they keep her around for a long while. To ultimately, then she goes out in the final 6 because of the Natalie coming back and Michelle winning immunity.
Mm-hmm. And the next person on the Legacy Watch is, in fact, Michelle, who lands in the top tier. First time all season, first time ever. Michelle, who starts off the season in the bottom tier, has catapulted to a top tier finish here at the end of the season. Rob, how do you feel about this?
Yeah, how does this work? Like, I feel like that the tiers should be like a pyramid. Like, there should be like 1 or 2 people in the top tier. Is it going to be sort of like that we're just going to go like I don't know what you would say this design is, like an upside down triangle where we're only going to have 3 people on the bottom tier and then everybody is going to be in legend tier?
Well, it's I think it's mostly like small at the top, small at the bottom, and big in the middle. Because those are the extremes, and then obviously you're gonna get most people averaging out in the middle. It's a score system. So Michelle is gonna land here in the top tier.
Can you tell me what does a top tier win, like what is the difference between a top tier winner and a middle tier winner?
They've landed in the correct this point range for top tier.
Yeah.
If you're asking me like what qualifies, I mean it's really
I
up
just
to
mean the
everybody.
point, like what is it like? How what out of 10 is a top tier?
The point system, it goes from 1 to 4 because there are 4 tiers, and generally every 0.75 is the range for the tier. So she is somewhat firmly in the top tier. She's not. If we count all of the winners, she's actually not the bottom of the top tier. There's actually 1 winner below her in the top tier, and that one makes me sad. We're gonna have to talk about it later.
Okay. Okay.
But there she is in the top tier. Brendan, how do you feel about this?
Sorry, I just had to plug my phone in. Them hotspotting off. I think this actually does feel right, because now Michelle has this great legacy point. She's the only winner to never be voted out. And that's a very elite group of how many people that have sat at the end of the game 2 different times. So even though, like we said, she really didn't have a great chance to win this season at any point, she really did prove that she's the kind of player that can make an impact and last a very, very long time in seasons. And so I think maybe just from a legacy and the way that she's remembered, it makes sense for her to be top tier. I'd be interested to see who's below her at this point. I'm not necessarily sure there's anybody that I think should be below her, but I think it's fair that she made a big jump. I don't know if I would have been totally angered if she was the top of the middle tier either, but it feels right. I mean, I think that she did a lot of things right this season. And like we said, just was one of those people who never really had the game in their hands and were never really able to. And how you feel about her probably comes into how much you feel that was her fault and how much you feel like that was the circumstance.
Yeah, for me, I think top of the middle tier was the correct. That's where I would have felt like that's where I probably put her, especially like seeing who is in that middle tier. I think there are a few people in the middle tier I would push up a little bit, but I would feel very comfortable with her at the top of it. I wonder. This is one of the ones I wonder if after some time passes, there's a little bit of a drift downward. But who knows? I think there's a lot of support behind Michelle. So I think that as a character as well, she really came into her own. And I think that she also she represents something in Survivor that a lot of people want to see celebrated, which is this sort of like under the radar, not enough celebrated archetype, and she is a really great representation of that because of how amazingly lovely she is and likable that she is. She plays that kind of under the radar social game. And so like as kind of the pinnacle of that, I think that being in the top tier is not too bad either. I think that there is an argument to be made that this is a spot that she should have here, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, she's the ultimate social player. I think that's a discipline which I do think that has become less and less important over the years, where she played Survivor like in the first 10 seasons. I think you would probably consider her to be elite. I think that she is the strongest in that part of the game, but she also has a knack for winning like the clutch challenge, where she's not like a dominant athlete, but we've seen in both of her seasons that she can win challenges when it comes down to crunch time. And I don't know necessarily how to factor in that metric. And then in terms of being a strategist, I think a lot of times she was often on the wrong side of the vote, but I feel like that because that she was kind of like frozen out of the plan a lot of times. So I don't think she has necessarily bad reads on things. I think that for whatever reason, that while she is very charming, I think this might have been a factor of that maybe it's because there weren't a lot of other people that were on the season that were close to her age. And a lot of the other people in the season were, older people that, they had their own things going on. She was on the loser tribe. So there was less people. Then she went to another tribe, which was the loser tribe. So she had like less people in the game where she was not in the like power alliances at any point.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, above Michelle, we have another final three finisher. We have Natalie, who lands here in the top tier. Natalie spent most of the game at the top of the middle tier. She did start at the top tier. And so she basically, she started at the top tier. She got voted out first, and then fell down, and then climbed her way back up by coming back into the game.
Like the edge of Extinction itself.
Truly, a full circle for Natalie. Certainly Natalie played an amazing game on Edge. I think that we've talked a lot about some of the faults in her game that we've kind of been learning about in the post season so far. Reasons why she was not able to clinch the win here. And I'd certainly fault her for those, but still, I think what she did on Edge and especially her performance in her original season, I think very impressive stuff. Not surprised to see her in the top tier here, Rob.
Yeah, it was exciting to have her come back and then sort of like in the same way that she won her season in San Juan del Sur. She's on like that revenge tour. That's kind of like what it was like to have her come back. And it was she was the perfect person to come back from the edge with a grudge. An axe to grind, that she was like a great, I don't know who's the sidekick. I mean, Michelle is a person who kicks, so maybe she's the sidekick. But this was great to have this duo come back and be like a great final boss for Cops Are Us.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. How did you feel about Natalie, Brendan?
Yeah, I think so. I think this is a great spot for her. I mean, obviously she goes out first in the season, which is a knock, but then she plays a really great edge game. And as we talked about, she was even more impressive on the edge than Chris Underwood or anybody was. She was more active. She did more things. And so even though she was voted out first, she spent the whole game showing us that she had a knack for finding advantages, a knack for thinking strategically about who she was going to send the advantages to. And unfortunately, she comes back in and doesn't really, play that perfect Chris Underwood game. So you can't really say that she should vault to the top of the top tier because she didn't win the game. But, I think the bottom of the top tier makes sense because she played a really great game, but it wasn't perfect. So, it looks like she stays about the same where she was before, Yeah.
Above Natalie, we have one of the other bigger jumps from the season. We have Sophie Clark, who is going to land in the top tier. We talked about this when she was voted out. I feel like this is very deserved. I was so impressed with Sophie this season. She was so fun to watch for me. I loved seeing how impressive she was. It took Tony, who is arguably one of the, if not the greatest player of all time, doing a crazy move to take her out. This was the turning point of the season when she left. She was the pivot point for the entire season for Tony's game, and he ends up winning. And I was so impressed. I'm so happy to see her land in the top tier here, Brendan.
Yeah, I agree. I thought Sophie was great this season, and was, as she talked about, didn't feel like she was a top tier winner. I mean, you go back and look at South Pacific, it really is a top tier game. I mean, she's never in trouble. She's totally in control, and she is the one that takes out the final boss of that season. All this talk about, should Natalie have been the one to take out Tony? I mean, Sophie has that moment in South Pacific where she takes out the person that was going to win if they got to the end. And yeah, I mean, Tony is able to outmaneuver her in this season, which is unfortunate. But as we talked about, if he hadn't done that, she was probably better set up to win than a lot of other people in this season. And so that is a plus for her legacy, So I think this is a great spot for Sophie. And I think we saw that a lot of the things that we thought she was great at the first time, finding the numbers, making these bonds, she did all that and more this season, I think. Found an idol.
Yeah. Rob, what are your thoughts?
I mean, Sophie, I think really demonstrated that she has one of the sharpest minds for the game. And I think she added to that something that we didn't really think about Sophie, that she is also an incredible athlete and is able to really be able to do puzzles. She can be dominant in individual immunities if you give her the chance. She ultimately didn't get far enough into the game where that was going to be a factor. But I think she's just like a super dangerous player in the game. And I'm just glad that she was able to demonstrate that a little bit this season.
Yes. So above Sophie on the list, we have...
Great confessionals, too.
Oh, fantastic. Speaking of great confessionals... and great facial expressions, we've got Jeremy Collins here above Sophie on the top tier. This is a bit of a jump from Sophie. It goes Sophie, a bit of a jump to Jeremy, and then we're going to see a few more here in the top tier above Jeremy. But I think this is appropriate for Jeremy. One of the best. This is around where he started. I think that he proved why he's so good while still ultimately, losing the game. He loses to Tony here, which again, I don't think it's that much of a knock to lose to Tony, right, Rob?
Definitely not a knock to lose to Tony. It was by the grace of Tony that Jeremy ends up staying in the game longer, where so many people wanted him out. I mean, it was really hard for Jeremy, where that Jeremy did not get a lot accomplished in this game. It's hard to find a lot of votes where you feel like, okay, oh well, Jeremy's on the right side of the numbers here, or Jeremy's getting what he wants. It doesn't happen very much. I think the most impressive thing about Jeremy here in season 40 was that he got as far as he did when so many people were wanting him out from or so far early on. I think it's amazing that he got to 7th place.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, essentially, yeah.
I mean, that was super
you don't count
impressive.
The Edge person coming back in. Yeah, he was in the final 7 when he was voted out. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing for someone who must have had a massive target. As we saw, he has such a big target. They take out Natalie in the first vote. They're already thinking about weakening him in the first vote, right?
Yeah. Just takes a couple of immunity wins and an idol find here or there, and maybe he wins the game.
I think if Natalie stays in the game for him, like Sarah stayed in the game for Tony, he did enough right in the other aspects of the game that he could have had a much more impressive showing. I think the problem for him is he lost Wendell, he lost Natalie, he lost Boston Rob, who he talked about playing with, and he just lost some of the people. He didn't have the people at the merge, or I guess he did, but after Wendell went out, he just didn't have the people that would have been that core 2 or 3.
Yeah. Above Jeremy, we have my fellow robot, Yul Kwan, is going to land there above Jeremy. Yul spent a brief vacation in the legend tier during the season, but he's going to land back down in the top tier, having fallen a little bit I think that he really came in and proved himself in a lot of ways, but ultimately through losing the game and other people proving themselves even more, has fallen down. I don't think Yule really should fall from this season. I think if anything, Yule, in my eyes, proved that he is as good as we saw him to be in Cook Islands, that he didn't really need the God Idol. Still ultimately loses here, but in my eyes, he lost on a swapped tribe with
Can I push
X's.
back a little bit?
Go ahead.
What did he do this season that was so great?
I mean, he dominated his original tribe. He was at the center of it. He dictated the result. He had pulled in Kim. He was with Sophie. He was working both ends of the Yule, the Wendell and Nick group side and the Sandra and Tony and Sarah side. I think if he makes the merge, he stays at the center of everything and has a really good chance to run the table. I mean, we saw how well positioned Sophie was. If Yule is there as well, him and Sophie can do, I think, a lot of what Sarah and Tony did, especially because nobody's really going to see how close they were. So I really felt like he was close to doing something really impressive, and ultimately got sniped because he swapped onto a tribe where there were two, people who knew each other from before the game very, very well. They kicked it. So that's how I see it. But of course, I am a big fan of Yule. I'm very impressed with what Yule does, and I can absolutely see the argument against it, which is that we didn't see it.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Yule is in a tough spot. I mean, I don't necessarily begrudge him going down just because ultimately he goes pre-merge. But to be fair, he does go out in a tribe where the other options are Wendell, Michelle, and Nick, who are hyenas, who are people who are more connected with each other. And so I do think that he deserves a little credit for the fact that, similar to the way Parvati was put in a really, really tough spot as well, he doesn't go out in a situation where he was really exposed. He was really exposed.
I would say I don't think that Yule was swap screwed. He is with people. If we're talking about that, he built this great alliance over at Cele, and it was so close to working out. And unfortunately, he got swap screwed. Well, he got swapped with his entire alliance that he was building. So if the alliance was great, how does it not sustain against being swapped with Parvati and Michelle? Because Wendell and Michelle kicked it. Well, it turned out that it was Yule tried to vote out Wendell. That Yule had a pregame alliance with Nick and Michelle and said, all right, well, Wendell's not in the pregame alliance. Let's vote out Wendell. And then Michelle's like, no, I'm more with Wendell than I am with you. So if Yule can keep him and Wendell and Nick on the same page and vote out Michelle, but he didn't want to do that because they were working with her.
I mean, I don't think there's any way Wendell votes out Michelle in that spot, but I do see your point.
Yeah. So.
I think Yule's only chance was to actually pull Parvati in and vote with her to vote Wendell out. But that would have been a risky play because he's relying on Michelle's vote, and Michelle's only voting Wendell because she's trying to get Wendell's token. So if she finds out, she's not going to vote that way.
I think one positive mark for Yule is just that as Tony's talked in the pregame, he said that he was able to kind of use, the fact that he was usually bond with Sophie and target Wendell because he took out Yule. So even though I think that Rob, you have an absolutely fair point that he should have been able to keep himself together on the swap trap, I think that little piece of information does speak to the fact that he had connections. He could have just gotten to the merge. He had connections with people like Sophie, and it sounds like Tony had a connection with him too, to some degree. So he had a shot if he could have got past that one vote, though I don't know if he was set up to win at all.
All right. Well,
his time probably would have come.
Yeah. Well, above Yule, we have Tyson. Tyson there in the top tier, very firmly in the top tier, toward the top of the top tier. In fact, this is actually, I think, the highest he ever lands here at the end of the season. He perhaps even higher than where he started. People very much enjoyed watching Tyson on the Tyson and peanut butter. Tyson and families, Tyson and emotional moments, Tyson and everything, Rob.
Yeah, Tyson's always going to be fun to watch. He's always going to have a good social game with the people that he's out there with. We saw him come back from the edge of extinction once. He was right there to come back from the edge of extinction a second time. I think he kind of got screwed in at least the second vote. He didn't end up in a great tribe in terms of like a draw for him. Like nobody seemed to want to work with him. So there were some tough circumstances, I think, for Tyson, especially on the second time that he came back, where it seemed like that had Jeremy stayed, he would have been the person to go out, that the other tribe just voted him out because Jeremy wasn't there.
Yeah, I think that Tyson, I don't think this was necessarily his best performance. And to be fair to people who aren't impressed by Tyson's game, I don't think he's had a ton of great performances in his career on Survivor. But I think that anytime Tyson goes out and plays Survivor, he has an amazing chance to win the game. I think that he absolutely could have come very close to winning this one. I personally think, put him in Natalie's place, Tyson is winning this game. And I don't think it's only because he has friends on the jury. Natalie had friends on the jury. I think it's because he would have played from edge better. He would have answered the jury questions better. And I think that he's an amazing character. Me, as the ultimate Tyson stan, if I'm only looking at him strategically, I do think he's a little high here. But I love him as a character, and I love Tyson, so I'm not going to complain too much. Brendan?
Yeah, I mean, he's again showed that he's so much fun to watch, and I think he had the right idea about a lot of things. I think he's just similar to what we talked about with Jeremy. The people who he was close with were targeted early. Rob goes out pre-merge. Amber was someone that he could have connected with. He's put on the ropes instantly, which I think we saw Kim navigate to a good position from that. But I think Kim was always playing from behind because of that situation. And I think he goes into that thing like Jeremy, and we saw a big threat won this season, but largely because he didn't have to play from the ropes early on. And I think we saw these big threats like that had to play from behind early on, just were never really able to get their footing in the game again. And so he did well to come back. And maybe if Jeremy doesn't leave, or a couple things go differently, or Adam doesn't go home and Sarah does, he has a real shot. But it was an uphill battle for him. And he was not able to keep the people in the game that he needed to insulate himself.
Yeah. Above Tyson, Sarah Lucina. There above Tyson. Not too far off from the legend tier. But here she lands, Sarah Lucina. I completely think that this is the right spot. I think that I personally, had she not made the errors that I really feel like she made at 6 and at 5, I would have put her in the legend tier, honestly. Those errors I really don't love. I also don't love her strategy of splitting votes in the end to try to beat Tony. I really don't feel like that had much of a chance of working. But what she was able to do in that game socially is just so incredible. It confuses me constantly that like every other, like it was one thing that she did it on Game Changers, and she did it to people like Sari Fields. And now she's on Winners at War, and she's doing it to Kim Spradlin. She's doing it to Natalie. She's doing it to all kinds of amazing winners. It's ridiculous how good she is at the social game and at winning people over. She came into this game, and so many people were ready to vote her out. So many people thought she was arrogant, thought she was a bad person, thought that they should take her out as soon as they could, and she won every single one of them over. It was ridiculous what she did. Strategically, I really feel like she stumbled at the end, and that's why I'd just cut her out of the legend tier. Maybe, but her and Tony together, the Cops Are Us alliance is, in my opinion, the ultimate top legend alliance of Survivor of all time. So, Rob, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I've been very vocal about how I've been super impressed with Sarah along the way. I do wonder if, she, in some of the things that she's talked about, where that she was made to feel like in Game Changers that she's a bad person if she ends up making certain moves. Should she have potentially, cut Tony out? I think that she was trying to change the narrative more to be about like, hey, why is Tony getting all the credit when I should be the person to get the credit, and then I'll beat him one-on-one in the end, or even in the fire making. That's how I'll deal with Tony, as opposed to cutting his legs out from him before we get to the end. There's honor in, taking him out this way or beating him fair and square in the final three. And that's how she chose to do it. That maybe it's a different result for the season if she ends up playing it like a little bit differently. Maybe if she feels like that, you could potentially like, Ben, you can't go anywhere. I need you to beat Tony in the fire making. Or if there was some way, like we saw, like with Tommy last season, that he was able to sort of like manipulate Nora to get the outcome he wanted from the final four fire making and not really have to get his hands dirty. Could she potentially have pursued something like that? But overall, like I feel like there's not a ton to nitpick with Sarah. I was so impressed with her this season.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. I think when you look at what do we say about Jeremy and Tyson, we talked about how they came in with such big threats because they played such dominant winning games. And we talked about how they were hampered by that. Oh, people wanted to take out their allies. People didn't. Sarah played a hugely dominant winning game in Game Changer. She had people like Sari and Andrea talking about how she's one of the best people they've played against and how she's this great player. And so, yeah, she deserves a ton of credit for the fact that she got to come back into the game. She's not even like a Tony who played amazing, but at least you can say he was coming off a slightly less impressive showing. So maybe that helps him in the early part of the game. With her, she's coming off her best showing ever in the game, a great showing in the game. And she's still able to, like you said, navigate, create the social bonds, not be targeted really very much in the game. So I think there's a lot of great things to say about her. And even with some of the mistakes she made down the stretch, there's a real case to be made that if she just makes that fire, she wins.
All right.
Potentially.
Next up is Kim Spradlin, who has been fighting all season long to stay in the legend tier. She started in the legend tier, but when after the first episode, she fell hard, and she stayed up in the top tier for a long time, and has been trying to get back into the legend tier. She has recently been back in there. So the question is, will she land there at the end? Can she maintain her legend status? The answer is yes. She has landed in the legend tier, at the bottom of the legend tier for what we've got here. But there she is, pretty firmly there as well. It's not even that close. So Sarah is at the top of the top tier, which I think is pretty appropriate. And then we've got Kim up there in the legend tier. And this is now very divisive, it seems. There's a lot of people in the chat saying, no, this is not right. Whereas before, she was arguably considered to be one of the greatest of all time, hands down. It seems like her legacy has diminished at least some, where, certainly I don't think anybody would have complained about Kim being in the legend tier before this season, Rob.
Yeah, it didn't work out for Kim. That I think she probably came in. She was in a bad spot. Her and Tyson. They were kind of seen as a pair, and they were like on the bottom from the start. Whereas like Tony and Sarah were seen as a pair, and nobody worried about them. But for whatever reason, Poker Alliance was like a big deal early on in the game, and they had to play from the bottom all the way through. Kim's able to get back under the radar, but then ultimately she just never has enough leverage in the game to be able to do what she wants. I don't take anything away from what Kim did. It obviously wasn't a perfect game like she played back in Survivor One World, but I do believe that Kim learned this season, and I think she learned from her time with Tony, that if you see Kim come back and play Survivor again, if she wants to, I think you're going to see a Kim who has a little bit more of like an aggressive killer instinct that she learned going head to head with Tony. And if she comes back, Kim 3.0, watch out.
I would love to see Kim 3.0.
Yeah, I like that too. I think she has a great chance to play again. I think it's like we said about a lot of people. I mean, this time didn't really work out for her, but you can't. I mean, she made a couple mistakes. She played the idol wrong, different things like that. In hindsight, it probably wouldn't better to either keep it or play it on herself. But I think that she didn't show us anything that leads us to believe that the first win we were wrong about. Like, she still had great social bonds. She still seemed strategically to know where everything was going. She wasn't voted out. She was able to stay below Amber and Tyson as terms of people who were voted out pre-swap. She looked to be totally safe in the swap tribe and did a great job. So, I don't necessarily think... I mean, there's an argument to be made that maybe Sarah does more this season. She's someone who highly factors into the end game of two different seasons, but also... Kim played one of the best games ever in her first time out and makes it very far in this one. So I think that's about fair. Like I said, Kim doesn't play nearly as well as she did last time, but she doesn't really show us anything to make us think we should reconsider her.
Yeah, I feel like the Sarah versus Kim debate might be something that pops up a lot in the next few months. So above Kim, we have Sandra, who is going to land here. This is about where she's been all season. She started ahead of Boston Rob over the course of the season, did drop below him. I think that they actually both dropped a bit from where they started. I think both fell this season. You know, I think coming off of being the two idols from Island of the Idols, they both had high expectations for both of them. They both fell a bit here. I think Sandra not being as present in the season, you know, say what you will about the in my opinion, very dumb quit argument that's happening. But I think just her lack of presence in the season has hurt her legacy a bit. And then certainly also losing the fact that she is the only two-time winner was always going to, I think, impact it at least a little bit. And I think what we saw was that it was impacted a little bit. And then certainly also can't be ignored, one of the most insane bad moves I think we have ever seen in Survivor, with the Denise move, which just, you know, I feel like it often gets talked about as Denise's move. And I think sometimes we forget how bad a move it was, how little it made sense, that she wanted to get Denise to vote Jeremy out for her, but left the option for her to vote Tony if she wanted, and just gave her all the incentive in the world to vote herself out. We talked about this a lot during the episode itself, and all of the reasons why it didn't make sense. But that, I think, I'm sure was another factor in just the little bit of falling down here that Sandra saw in the Legacy Watch, Rob.
I mean, Sandra, no, she could play 5 more times and
she's
be
never
the first
falling
person
out
to
of
go to
legend.
Yeah, she's won the game twice, so she's a legend. It's a statue of her head. She's a legend. You know, to go back to that thing with Denise, I mean, Sandra was somebody who, you know, had a good read on Tony, and before anybody else did. And
well,
so
the problem was she wanted Jeremy. She told Denise to vote Jeremy. And because what she said after the episode was that she wanted Jeremy out so that she could be closer to Tony, because she was worried that Tony was getting too close to Jeremy, and so that's why she gave the idol to Denise so that she would vote out Jeremy for her. But then also said, you know, you could do either one. I want you to vote Jeremy though, and so like I see what you're saying there. But even if she had wanted Tony to be voted out, I'm still not convinced that would have been the right move either.
Yeah. Look, Sandra has won twice. You know, what are you gonna do? She was playing fine up until that point. She didn't come out, and I don't think she's lost it. So this is a good. You know, she has a floor, Sandra. Yes, I think that we found it.
Yeah, I think Sandra is still, of course. I think the only thing that her going out in this way in this season, in a sort of self-inflicted way, and a way where she made a mistake, the only way I think it really impacts it is, I think it's an interesting thing to consider when comparing her to Tony. Now you've got two people who've won twice and played multiple times. And Tony, you can say, well, one time he played and he lost. He played really poorly. And he was the whole reason he went home second in Game Changers. He played too fast and he made this huge mistake. What's interesting now is with Sandra is you do have one game where you can say, hey, Sandra, she made this mistake. So that's the only place where I could see it. I think you could use that to make the case that Tony is a better player. Like I said, I'm not even making that case, but that's where I see it. I don't think this season really impacts her standing on something like this among all the other winners. It would only be when you're splitting hairs with the best of the best that you would bring up this one. But it could be impactful in those ways, and that she does have a time where she made a mistake, a big one.
All right. So above Sandra, shouldn't be surprising to anyone, we have Boston Rob in the number 3 spots on the list. He started at number 3 and he's going to end at number 3, but there's going to be 2 different, or at least one different person ahead of him now. I think, me personally, I think I was a little more impressed by some of what Rob did this season than most other people were. I think that being able to command some of those early votes was kind of impressive in my eyes. But ultimately, what we see is that it's not going to work. He a lot of people say that he was too inflexible. I'm not sure I'm completely on board with that. I think that the way that Rob plays is the best way for him to play. And I think that trying to do something else, I think that I guess you could call it inflexible. I think it's more that like this is what he's really good at, and I think one of the main differences when we look at Rob versus somebody like Tony is that Tony did have the well-roundedness to his game, that Tony was able to come in with a massive target and play it down, whereas Rob came in with a massive target and said, you know what, I'm always going to have this massive target. I might as well just play hard and play fast and try to dominate this game. I think there's a chance that this could have worked here with Rob, but it doesn't. And I still think he's a great player, but I do think that ultimately he was outclassed by Tony in this season, and I can't even say that Tony didn't have as big a target as Rob. I think that Rob had a bigger target than Tony, but I think that Tony had one of the closest in terms of targets on his back to Rob, and he was able to do so well. So ultimately, that's where he's going to land here. Brendan, what are your thoughts?
I think that Rob does deserve some criticism for this game. I think that he, as Sarah has talked about in her exit interview, he didn't even try to work with Sarah and Sophie on the swap tribe. And I just think that Rob is a great player. He's a great winner. He's played 2 really dominant, impressive games. But yeah, I take some pause with Rob now that we've seen a player like Tony come in and show that these players that play aggressive in one season can come back. I mean, if you'd said before the season, well, Tony, he's going to be able to act like he's not someone who anyone's going to target, and I think you would have said, well, Tony can never play that way. Tony has to go balls to the wall. Tony will never be able to disappear. And I think what's fascinating is we've seen now that a player like that can disappear if they're committed to being patient, to doing all these things. And so even though Rob still deserves to be in the legend tier, he's still got one of the best impressive single games. I think that looking forward, I mean, I don't think we can use the excuse for these big players anymore that, they never could have made it, because we saw one do it, which I would never have thought you could do, but he did.
Yeah. Rob?
For Boston Rob, that I think the season that he did come in with a big target on his back and was able to make it work for him was Heroes versus Villains, where that he came in as sort of like the biggest name that was out there, and somehow improbably he was able to take the Villains tribe on his back. And if it wasn't for the well-discussed Parvati vote, where things end up out of his control, like he had the right plan and then it doesn't work out for Rob there, he could well go on to that being the season that he wins. He ultimately gets his win in Redemption Island against inferior competition, but I feel like that could have been his Tony game from this season in Heroes versus Villains. But that being said, that I do agree with the people that have said that Rob is unable to adapt his game that much. He did a little bit. He came back on Heroes versus Villains. He said, "Hey, nobody's going to look for the idol." He tried the buddy system there. Hey, we're all going to sit here. Nobody's going to go look for the idol. Whoever goes and looks for the idol, there's a mark on them. We're voting them out. Russell, who had already played on a season where he's like, I'm just going to go find the idol, that he just went and found the idol. And then they couldn't vote him out because he had an idol. So Rob was able to pick up on that and adapt his strategy in Redemption Island. And then ultimately, to say, hey, if I have the idol, then nobody can vote me out. So he was able to sort of like make that adjustment. But I think that the game has changed a lot from the era of in Survivor in the 20s. And I don't think that the Boston Rob strategy is effective anymore. And I'm not sure that Rob can necessarily, change up his game to be more of an individual game. That I think that Rob's game is all about numbers, fear, controlling a group, making sure, inflicting his will on a group of 4 or 5 people and being able to really control what's going to be going on. That's not how Tony plays. That Tony is able to he's able to keep shifting up his group. He might vote with these 4 people and then vote with these 4 people and then go back to the same people that he was voting with before. And so Tony just moves so fast and has so many different ways that he can change up his game. And so I don't know if Tony is going to have the consistency, like going back to Tony and Sandra. Like Tony has super high upside, but also low floor. And I think that Sandra probably has like more of like not as high of the upside, but also not as low of the floor when she plays like the more classic Sandra game and isn't doing crazy stuff with idols. So Rob, he's a legend. You can never take that away. But I think that the era in which the Boston Rob strategy works, I think you can throw out the Boston Rob rule book because I don't know if it's necessarily effective. And maybe that it goes hand in hand with the only person that didn't get advice from him and Sandra last season is the guy who won the game.
Okay, well, we have our top 2 here. 2 people that have absolutely been fighting it out all season long, or not all season long, but in the last few weeks for the top spot in the legend tier, Parvati and Tony. And we do, in fact, have a clear winner here this week. That Parvati has fallen behind Tony as the second place legend tier finisher. Tony at the top. I feel like this could certainly, it was still close enough that I do think it's possible, similar to some of the other like final 3 here, that this could have a little bit of recency bias attached to it. It's definitely possible that if we did another vote a couple months from now, that Tony might not be as clear a winner here in the legend tier, but this is where we stand. I think this is fair. I think Parvati absolutely deserves to be where she is. I loved watching Parvati this season, even though we didn't see much of her. She just, honestly, more so than even some of her other seasons, I was impressed by her social game, by her instincts, by her reads on people, just the manner that she has. She's so clearly charismatic and just good at all of this, and I think that it really shines through. She's another player with such a massive target on her back. She, if anybody got swap screwed more than Parvati, let me know. Maybe no, not even Boston Rob was as swap screwed as Parvati.
She had the worst swap screw.
So I can't fault her a whole lot for the loss here. And then she does a pretty good job on Extinction as well. She's there. She doesn't find all the advantages, but she's there for a few of them. And she gets a decent amount of tokens, and definitely has a good chance at coming back in and maybe having a shot. So I definitely think that there's no reason for Parvati to fall. She doesn't really fall at all here from this season, Rob.
Yeah, no reason for Parvati to fall. I have no issue with her being behind Tony in these rankings. That I mean, I know we're talking about Parvati, but I don't think that she has a win that is as dominant as either of Tony's wins.
Yeah.
Quite frankly,
Yeah.
she has played great games, has gone far, was unlucky in this game, but I just don't think that her upside to like completely take over a game is on that of Tony. Now, Tony is going to also be have the capacity to flame out in a way Parvati never will. But that I just think that, and Tony, who is a two-time winner, has two wins that are better than Parvati's win. I think you might even be able to say Parvati's better game was the game that she lost in Heroes versus Villains. So no issue with Tony being above Parvati.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that I personally, I think this is where Tony belongs. I think that it should stick. I think that he is now a two-time winner who dominated both of his wins. This, I think, is perhaps one of, if not the best winning game we have ever seen against the best cast, the best competition we have ever seen. Just everything that he does is so incredibly impressive. Even comparing him to Sarah, his partner, they are both so amazing. But we know that he doesn't need her. We saw him win without her. Certainly he found somebody else in Trish that was a good partner, but I think that kind of speaks to the idea that he is capable of finding the person he needs in the game to work with him, that he knows that he will be able to work the game very well. And I think that, and it sounded like this was true hearing from the jury on the Ponderosa videos, that it really, that Sophie blindside where he cuts the legs out from under Sarah is really the evidence that he was a little bit more in control there. Just so much that's impressive about Tony's game, and I think that the conversation needs to be had now. Is Tony the greatest player of all time? Is he the GOAT, Brendan?
Yeah, it's so hard to say that because there is a recency bias to it. But yes, I think he deserves to be in the top two. Now, whether you want to say he's in the top two with Sandra because she's won twice, or somebody like Parvati because she's played 4 times and never ever had a showing that was anything like the Game Changers thing, and that if you played a bunch of seasons multiple times, Parvati probably has more upside to win. But what's fun is that, Rob, you always call Tony the unicorn, right? And I think what's funny
unicorn
is
now.
But there is something to that, where I think that this win in Winners at War is almost feels as much of a unicorn as the first one, in that I don't think as Survivor fans we ever thought that the winner of a all-returnee season would ever be somebody who had played a dominant, exciting, high-tier game again. I mean, I think that's what's so amazing about this, is that you look at this and you compare it to any other season where somebody came back and won. They always either had played a little under the radar last time. Even Sandra, right? It's amazing that she won again as a winner, but she wasn't on our screens all the time. She wasn't a Boston Rob won that, but she's not like that. And I think that's what's really cool about this. And I think that's why he deserves to be mentioned as one of the greatest of all times, maybe the greatest, in that, one of the things that Boston Rob always gets knocked on is that he had this dominant win, but it was against lesser competition. I think that people really believe that a big character winner couldn't come back. I mean, this is like, and maybe not like Game Changers because it was a little more stacked, but it's like a big threat winning that season. We always thought that these people couldn't come back and do it. So that's why I think he's so impressive, in that it's a win, the kind of win that we maybe didn't think was possible.
Yes. Not only did the voters decide that Tony was at the top of the legend tier, I also tweeted out a poll with over 4,000 votes right now. Is Tony the greatest player of all time? About 2/3 of people said yes, he is the greatest player of all time. Rob, what do you think?
Look, I think that he just played the greatest game that we've ever seen, that he did everything that you could ask for him. He won immunities. He executed amazing blindsides. He found idols. He had a social game. he made a fire, that he did so much, and he was so entertaining to watch. And so that I don't know if he is going to be he's not a player that if you put him into the most seasons, he wins the most times. I don't think that metric necessarily is going to work, but in the games that he is going to win, which are not like sort of like black swan events, he's won twice. So he can win with some consistency. He is going to put on a show like nobody else who ever played the game is capable of. And he has the ability to make you want to watch the show. And you're going to see something from him that you've never seen before every single round of play that you watch him. And he's such an innovator and has such a creative mind for the game that there are not other people on this list that I can necessarily say that about, even in this legend tier.
Yeah, I'm willing to put my foot down and say, yeah, I think this is it. I think Tony is the GOAT. I think that's I've been waiting on Big Brother for something to change my mind about something like this, but here it is on Survivor, that Tony was not my GOAT prior to this season, but from what I saw here, I have to give it up. I think he absolutely, for me, is the best player of all time.
He's not the GOAT. He's the llama.
Truly. All right. Rob, how you doing on time? You want to stick around as we fill in some of these gaps with all the
how long
winners?
does that take?
We'll try to not go too long on these other winners. There's not a lot to talk about winners that we didn't see play.
Okay, sure.
Cool.
Okay.
The one thing I wanted to add, though, right before we get into it, is just this is what's so fascinating about this tier is that Tony is at the top now. And I think if he goes pre-merge, it's fascinating to think of how far he falls. Like, it's amazing when you think about something like this. Like, it's so fascinating. He really was in a position where he could have been really not considered a high tier winner at all if he goes out, even if it's not in large circumstances. So it's amazing to see him now at the top and maybe the greatest, because he had a lot to lose coming back.
All right. So let's start to fill in some of these gaps.
And if he plays again, he'll be the first boot.
Yeah.
He'll come into the camp and he'll go, I'm looking for the idol. He'll just go right back.
But when he plays a fifth time, watch out.
What is the next evolution of the spy, though? Like the spy, I don't even know. The spy rock? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, he's gone in the air. He's gone below ground. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
what could it be?
Yeah, only Tony is capable of figuring
He'll
it
be in
out.
the well next time.
Yeah,
That's what he'll do.
Spy
The
boat.
spy
well with
submarine.
the
The spy
yeah.
submarine.
Yeah.
I got a piece of bamboo. I stuck it up.
Yeah.
Breathe through the straw.
All right. Well, we also included all of the other winners that were not on the season. I can tell you that not being on the all-winner season, not a great thing
Hurt
for
the
your
legend.
legacy. Yeah.
Yeah.
At the very
legacy.
bottom, at the very, very bottom, even below Amber, Fabio. Fabio. The bottom of the list. There he is below Amber, not far below Amber, very close actually. But there he is below Amber. Poor Fabio, who he one of the first people I remember who really immunitied his way to the win.
Nice guy.
Yes. Then above Amber, we have our Samoa winner, Natalie White. There.
Amber fell below Natalie White?
She did.
I feel like that. I actually don't think that's fair.
Come on. What did she do? She was married to Boston Rob. She got targeted.
I think Amber had way more say in the strategic game that Rob and her played. I mean, I think that she's definitely higher than Natalie White.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough.
Beating up Amber.
I have a theory that people really don't like it. Like, people love watching romance on shows like this, but they really don't like really supportive partners. Like, they want to see romance where they're also like willing to kind of cut each other. And so like when Amber's constantly like so so loving of Boston Rob, especially when some people aren't super Boston Rob fans. I feel like, and I think this is terribly wrong. This makes me love Amber even more. I love how loyal and amazing and lovely she is. But I feel like that can kind of turn some people off at times. It's kind of the the Clay Honeycutt.
Yeah, it's not always great to be around, Taran.
It's sometimes it doesn't work out for other Robs in situations. All right. So above Danny Boatwright, still in the bottom tier, we have the guy from Maine, Bob Crowley.
Danny Boatwright fell below Bob Crowley now? Come on. You guys are lunatics.
Very close vote there. But
man.
Boy.
Bob Crowley is going to edge out Danny Boatwright.
Oh, man.
Insane.
Just above Bob Crowley, actually tied with Ben Driebergen, Chris Underwood, winner of the first Edge of Extinction.
Hey, Chris Underwood's legacy should be through the roof today.
I was going to say that. I feel like Chris Underwood's legacy should go up. I'm
really
actually surprised by that.
Yeah, I mean,
he was still voted out third.
Natalie is a top tier winner. Chris Underwood played back from Edge better than Natalie did. He only did it once, though.
That's true.
And listen,
Yeah.
anybody that enjoyed this outcome, that would have been annoyed if Natalie won this season, you all need to get down on your knees and thank you. I'm gonna just go backwards a little bit. You don't need to go on. Just say thank you. Say thank you, Chris Underwood.
Yeah.
You saved this season.
He set the standard, and Natalie couldn't meet it.
That's right. Yeah. No, we talked about that earlier, Rob, how if Chris Underwood doesn't make it to the end, like Natalie might have been able to win with just what she did here.
Yeah.
It really is. Chris's impact.
Yeah.
He's gonna tie with Ben Driebergen here, and then above Ben Driebergen, somebody's going to beat him for the crown of bottom tier winner. And Rob, it's another person you are very familiar with. Actually, it's Jenna Maraska.
Okay. Hey, look at all the people that she's beat out here.
There you go.
She's staying home.
So then we're gonna make our way into the middle tier. The bottom of the middle tier, we have Aris. Squeezing in. He was close to bottom tier.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Aris should be in the bottom tier.
I personally think I think his Rob as a podcast appearances are keeping him afloat here. Yeah,
it's helped him. Look, he's got a good mind for the game. He was gonna go to the end with Suri. What are you gonna do? That he was sort of like the sane sort of like a nucleus with a lot of crazy people around him. Works well with Suri, but definitely benefited from being a partner with a great mind like Suri.
That's right.
But we don't hold that against Parvati.
Yeah. I think he's hurt a little bit by the second time, and he didn't do a ton wrong in that game, but I think he probably was in a great spot.
Yeah, I thought he was actually pretty good on Blood versus Water.
Yeah, but I think because of his placement, just the fact that he gets to the merge and he's clipped in, I guess, the second tribal council he goes to, I think that kind of hurts you overall. Like we see Danny she has fallen really far just because the second time didn't really go very well.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Above Aris is the Sepia here toward the bottom of the middle tier. Vesepia, one of the winners I hear the least about. It's pretty rare to hear people talk about Vesepia, and usually when they're talking about Vesepia, it's about how nobody's talking about Vesepia.
Well, I think that she really pioneered the under the radar strategy. I got to talk to her back in February. I think it might have even been late January before the season started, about how she wasn't on the season. And I was actually very surprised. She had really been on top of everything that was still going on in Survivor. And Vecepia, I think, is probably underrated here to be down this low, where I think that she sort of like basically Vecepia had to walk so Sandra could fly.
Yeah, I would have loved to see Vecepia play this season. Well, maybe we don't need as many new school players, but above Vecepia, and this is one that me personally, I don't agree with above Vecepia on this one. Mike Holloway is going to land here toward the bottom of the middle tier, but for me, Mike Holloway, and maybe this is just my opinion, but for me, Mike Holloway is not a middle tier winner.
I don't know about that, actually. I mean, I don't know. I mean, he is somebody who was amazing and impressive in the physical game, but he is one of these winners that socially ostracized themselves to the point of sort of like not. And he is also, I mean, and he did have a lot of great things like the Idle Roulette Tribal Council, and he was a lot more active in the game while being on the outs, maybe even more than like a Rick Devens or a Ben was. But I don't know if I necessarily push back too much, because he didn't have much control towards the end game.
I think that the hate has probably gone too far on Mike Holloway. Like, he definitely made some mistakes, most notably at the auction, but I think he's a guy who was like really like controlling things up to a certain point. I think that him and Ben have a lot of similarities, where Ben was actually like in a really good spot in his season too, up until a certain point. And I got kind of like a Jeremy, that everybody's just like, all right, we're out on Mike. He can't get to the end. And then he had no other choice, but he had to just ultimately like beast out and win all these challenges, which is not our favorite way to watch these people. But he was capable of doing it.
Yeah, and again, like
still an impressive win.
Yeah, something about me again. Very unimpressed with immunity. I couldn't care less about immunity. I was shocked at how much the jury was talking about how Tony won 4 immunities. I was like, in my opinion, Tony winning 4 immunities made his win less impressive, because I wanted to see him survive more votes without immunity. That's just how I see the game. In fact, I value finding idols a little bit more than I value immunity.
Really,
challenges.
idols is better than challenges?
For me, I know that's definitely not how most of the audience sees it. But
why?
Because I think that idol finding goes to the person who tries the hardest most of the time, whereas immunity challenges, it's really just up to what happens to be the challenge this round. Is it something I'm good at? Is it something somebody else is good at? I don't know. So.
That's interesting. I think that was true of a certain era of the game. I wonder if now idol finding has started to become like, it's an interesting thing to think about. I think there was that great period, like starting with Russell and moving forward, where the people that really went out and find idols and had the initiative to remember when they were replanting it really had an advantage. But I feel like in the more recent seasons, there has been a bit of a, hey, it's time to go look for the idol kind of thing. Even like we saw, this recent episode, Tony was the first one to get up, but then it turned into everybody.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, once everybody's looking for the idol at the same time, then it's whoever finds. I'm not impressed anymore.
I'm shocked people went to sleep, though. I think that's one thing that hasn't been talked about yet about the finale. Is I was shocked when they got back to camp and Natalie and all these people went to sleep, and Tony's like, I'm gonna go look at it. And I'm like, yes, why is there? I mean, who needs sleep? It's day 30, whatever.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like,
I couldn't believe it.
If Tony finds that idol in the middle of the night because he's the one that went out there with a fire making kit to find it, like that's more impressive than him winning an immunity to me. If he had found it while everybody else was looking, I would have been like, okay, well that's just luck. So for me, it's all look, saying immunity is always worse than idols is definitely not true. And for me, it's just a matter of and this is always the case for anything for me, what involved more luck and what did they have the most amount of control over? Sometimes that's idols, sometimes that's immunities. I also just find immunity challenges boring to watch. So I don't enjoy. I mean, I also find idol hunts boring to watch, but that's another story. Anyway, so let's move on. Above Mike Holloway and above Adam and above Nick, our most recent winner apart from Tony, Tommy, here in the middle tier. I don't know about this one. I feel like Tommy's a bit underrated here.
He didn't win any challenges, Taran.
That's exactly what I'm saying. He didn't win any challenges.
He's under. He's not high enough for you.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. For me,
wow.
Again, look. I say I like idols more than immunities, but that's not because I like idols. It's just because I don't like either of them very much at all. I very much value a winner who can win without any immunities, without any advantages. That is really impressive to me. I really appreciated what Tommy did in his season, even though certainly a lot of people say that the biggest criticism of Tommy is very boring. And that's not going to help your legacy.
I think the biggest criticism of Tommy is that he was on Survivor 39. He's on a universally despised season.
I actually think, interestingly enough, I think that Tommy did play a great game. I think one of my biggest criticisms when I think about Tommy, because I'm thinking about I think one of the reasons why Tommy gets so much hate is there were so many people in that end game we would have loved to see win, specifically like Janet. And I do think, like, almost similar to the RS Suri thing, I do feel like he's like an idol nullifier away from probably losing to Janet, right? Like, if she can play her idol at 5, and she then makes the fire at 4. That's the only thing with Tommy, that he played such a great game, but he was close. He was close to he hadn't quite set it up. But I think that Tommy, I mean, he's still the only person to win in the GOAT role in the fire making, which, as someone who loves strategy, I think that'll be a great move to see dissected. You know, if you're ever in like an evolution of strategy, Rob, or some kind of look back at that season, like it is so impressive that he, when we look at this season, all we talk about is, why didn't Natalie make the fire? Why didn't this person make the fire? Tommy was able to actually win in the GOAT role, which I think is an underrated like move of the last
Well,
season.
he used it to get rid of his biggest competition in Lauren.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. All right. So above Tommy, we have Chris Daughtry from season 9. This one hurt me a little. I really loved Chris's win, especially back in the day. I thought it was one of the greatest underdog victories that we had seen. A great final tribal performance. I really feel like a little underrated here.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I think there's a case to be made that Chris could be above Wendell and maybe even Ethan at this point. I mean, he was in a bad spot in the Vanuatu game, but it was so impressive that he dug his way out of it. And unlike what we've said, he didn't dig his way out of it by winning every immunity challenge or by, there's no idols obviously at that time. So I do think it's amazing. I mean, he essentially does the run from being completely ostracized without all this different stuff. He actually changes the alliance structure of the game. So I think there's definitely a case to be made that is impressive, in a way. And we don't have a second time to judge. I think maybe that's what hurts him, hey?
Yeah.
Because if he came back and did well, he probably would be above people like Wendell and Ethan who've never gone deep again. So maybe.
Yes. So this one might surprise people. I think if you had asked me like 10 years ago that where do you think this winner ends up, I would not have chosen middle tier, even though not the most popular person. I've seen a lot of people talking about this person. He'd better be at least top tier. Well, I'm sorry, he's not. It's our good pal Brian Heidick, who is going to land just above Wendell in the middle tier.
Yeah, I think that Brian Heidick, people don't like a lot of the baggage that comes along with Brian Heidick. He did play a dominant game, but only beats Clay by 1 vote. So I understand the knocks about him. Josh and I, do talk it through in the evolution strategy. He did play the game that he's playing in Thailand compared to what we play now. Taran, as a wise man once said, a little bit of checkers, not chess, to compare what's going on in Survivor Thailand to, what we're talking about here in Winners at War. I'm not sure necessarily if his game is able to he's able to be dunking on Granny Jan and Clay. Helen worthy opponent, and Big Ted. So I don't know if he gets docked at all for the quality of the people he beat, like some of these other people. But the Iceman definitely was, a really good player.
Yeah. Because I feel like when I first started getting into the Survivor community, it was definitely I remembered hearing people say Brian Heidick is one of the best. He's in the top 3, top 4, and that has definitely changed over the years. Here we go. Let's move on to above Brian is Tina Wesson. And it's just going to knock the bottom tier people off the screen, but that's okay. Tina's going to land there. I think Tina, legacy-wise, probably deserves top tier. I mean, the second winner of the show. I think that her subsequent performances have perhaps diminished people's view of her as a player, though.
Yeah. Well, it's hard with Tina because she does make it to the final 4 of another season, right?
Yeah.
But by the virtue of Redemption Island.
Yeah.
So that's the thing you have to weigh, right? Is that she has that overall, I guess, other than Denise, right?
Why is she worse than Natalie Anderson? Compare the resume. She has a win. She's a first boot. She comes back, almost gets to the end of another season. If Tina gets in the final 3, she probably wins Blood versus Water.
Yeah, probably maybe not came closer, but probably came pretty similarly close to Natalie in terms of winning.
If you look at the middle tier, she's probably the person that has come the closest to winning again of everybody on the middle tier. So,
I'm not coming for Natalie. I'm saying maybe Tina's too low.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm saying I think absolutely.
All right, above Tina. We have, let's see, it's actually not above Tina, it's above Denise in the middle tier. At the top, toward the top of the middle tier, we have JT.
Wow.
JT, who, once again, another person who, back in, at least part of the day, a few seasons after JT had won, people were talking about JT, greatest of all time. JT in the conversation. Now just a middle tier player after his his Heroes versus Villains and his Game Changers performances. Definitely, I feel a case. He needs his fish back. He needs his fish back.
Yeah. It's so hard because he has 2 games. He has one where he's completely dominant, one where he goes far but makes a really dumb move. And the thing that's tough is that third one. He plays again a really messy game where he makes some big mistakes, goes out with an idol in his pocket. He really should have played that. I almost feel like that's something that's not talked about with JT, that he's in a situation where he's in the minority on a tribe 4-1. Wants the idol so bad that he does that whole heist where they're out on the water but then doesn't play it. I mean, that was just, so I think that's
got Malcolm voted out.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
Oof, that one hurt.
Yeah.
Could be too high.
All right. Now we're heading into the top tier, and at the bottom of the top tier, this one hurt me personally. Earl Cole. Ooh. Not high enough, in my opinion. Let me tell you, when I looked at these results earlier today, Earl Cole was in the middle tier, and I was about to cry. I was about to say, "What have you guys done to me?" But he did manage to squeeze into the top tier. I feel like Earl played a game comparable to what Kim did, comparable to what Boston Rob did in Redemption Island. I have always been very impressed with Earl. And look, he could come back and maybe not be as impressive. But the same could have been said about Kim. I would have loved to see Earl play this season. I'm so upset that he unfortunately wasn't able to. But unfortunately, I think for him that not playing in the season probably hurt him a bit.
Yeah, because I think Earl is below a lot of people who we were impressed with this season, and with the exception of Yul, everybody above him made the merge. I guess in Natalie's case through Edge of Extinction, but the same. So that's what I'm seeing here is he just doesn't have that second game to support.
Yeah, would have been great to see him play again.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to him a couple of weeks ago. I think he is eager to play again if the timing is right.
Happen.
And hopefully we can do it. He's somebody, he's in good shape. He's charismatic. He is a sharp guy. So I definitely think that he's got another game in him. And I don't think he'd be regarded as like a huge, not Edgardo. I don't think people would consider him to be a massive threat. I think the fact that Fiji is not a beloved season, I think kind of hurts him in the rankings.
Yes. Smack dab in the middle between Michelle and Natalie, Tom Westman. Definitely a dominant season when he won. But I don't know. I like Tom. I've never been as high on Tom as a lot of people, but that's where he's going to land.
Yeah.
See, I feel like that. I mean, Tom, for the win that he had, I thought was really, really incredible with what he did with keeping his group together. So I feel like that he's gets docked a lot for Survivor All Stars, where he's just on the wrong side of the numbers.
Yeah, and people are like, whoa, as they start to realize who's left. I think people are starting to be a little surprised. There's one that really surprised me, and we're not even going to get there yet because next above Natalie, Todd Herzog. Right there. This is about where I'd expect Todd to be. Top tier, impressive. Haven't seen him come back though. Yeah.
Right
I think that's fair.
11 overall right now.
Now, let me tell you, there's only 2 winners left.
Yeah.
There's Richard Hatch and John Cochran. That surprised me, I will say.
Yeah.
John Cochran is going to end up right above Todd in the top tier here, which reserves the top.
Sophie can sleep tonight.
Yeah, there you go. Sophie did manage to edge out John Cochran. Oh, but it was a close one too.
Those years of visibility at the reunions, man. That's the thing. It kept him in people's minds. He stayed on the show so long.
He does have a perfect game on his record.
Yeah.
You can't take that away from him. Yeah. I mean, all right. It's not where I think he's a great guy. I think he's funny. I enjoyed watching. I was rooting for him.
Yeah.
He's a fun character. I think he's kind of high in terms of he did a great job of fans versus favorites season, of course, where sort of like basically you're playing 9 against playing against like the fans don't really have a shot here in any of this. So I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I think he is like some brilliant guy, very funny, charismatic. I think he won 4 challenges in that season. Everything went his way in that season, but I don't know if you put him in another season. I don't think that he would have fared particularly well here in the Winners of War.
Yeah, I think this is one of the people that Earl should 100% be ahead of, because Earl also he doesn't play a perfect game, but he has a dominant, all the votes at the end win, first time out. So yeah, definitely looking at that. I don't begrudge him over like a Michelle. I don't know if I put him over Todd because Todd plays so well in his first time out. So it's interesting.
Yes. All right. So the top 10. Now, obviously, Richard is going to be placed somewhere in here, but minus Richard, we basically have the top 10, all from Winners at War here. So the question is, where is Richard going to fit in? Can he get into the legend tier? Is he a top tier? I can tell you who's very close. And over the course of the day, it went back and forth. And for a second, I thought, oh, man, is Richard Hatch going to be top tier? The answer is no. Legend tier. But at the bottom, below Kim, just kind of scraping his way in to the legend tier for Richard. Certainly, I think winning the first season, I think that cements legend tier regardless of your game, regardless of pretty much everything else that came after. But there's certainly, something to be said about it was a very different game.
Yeah.
But Richard Hatch is Richard Hatch. I mean, season 1 was just almost a different show.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's hard to comment on Richard Hatch because he is a legendary winner. He is the first, So the idea of him not being in legend tier seems wrong. But at the same time, he doesn't necessarily have, you look at all these people in the legend tier, you've got people who've got multiply strong games where they went far. And so that's the only thing, I guess, from a pure statistic standpoint, he's lower than some of these people, but it's Richard Hatch.
Yeah. I mean, he has 1 win. It was in the very first season. You have to give him a ton of credit for being sort of like the first person to really unlock what was going on. The win was not a dominant win in that very first season against people who were sort of learning the ropes on the fly. And I just think that you have some people who are, really, really major. There will be a reverence always for Richard Hatch, but if we're ranking the skill as a player, I'm not sure necessarily if his resume is necessarily, stacks up with some of these players that are 3-time, 4-time players that he's above right now.
I mean, I'll say it. I'm not afraid of being controversial in Survivor. I think if we're talking skill level, Richard is barely middle tier. Honestly, that's when we haven't seen him play a modern season. I think that what he did in the first season was great. I love that he basically invented the strategy. But also, I think anybody would have done it. I think anybody would have invented the strategy if they had been on a season without the strategy.
He did a lot of important things. He really was, the first person to be able to verbalize, sort of separating what we're doing here from the morality of what we're doing here. And I think that sort of, how could you do that to me? That's still in the show, but I think that he was really the person who really helped cement the fact, hey, this is a game, not necessarily some sort of an award for who's the best person, who's the best survivalist. So his impact is still felt to this day and cannot be understated what he did for the show.
Yes.
But if we're talking about game players here and we're ranking the legend tiers and top tiers of game players and winners in terms of what they did resume wise, I just think that he's probably too high.
Yeah. All right. So we do have some statistics to run through. I know this is a very long podcast. There's so much to talk about. But Rob, we can let you get back to your busy prep or whatever.
Yeah. This is letting me see the first lady of podcasting today. I've been at this for not as long consecutively as you guys, but I started at 7 this morning talking with Ethan. So it's been a minute.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for coming.
Thanks for having me.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. This is awesome.
Okay. Yeah, Brendan, good to see you. And,
yeah, good to see you too, Rob.
Yeah, have fun, guys.
Yeah, bye.
All right. So Rob has left us. He's left us alone. We can now party like we were always meant to. I hope you guys like that. This is a long one. There's a lot to talk about. I guess you don't always have to listen to the whole thing. There are a couple of little statistics that happened over the course of the season that we can talk about, and then we'll wrap up here. So let me pull this back up, and I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of that. And then we're going to pull up some stats that the great Christina helped get for us. One of them is going to be here. So this is the path for all of the winners across the season, and you can sort of see each individual pass. So like Adam, who starts here, has a brief moment and then is going to fall down. So there's some cool ways that we can sort of compare. Christina's great. And then there's also going to be a we got here some analysis that Christina did. So this here is a chart. This is the legacy change based on confessional length across the season. So basically what she found was the longer your confessionals when you're on edge of extinction, the higher your legacy will rise over the season. But what she did not find is that that if you're in the game, confessional length actually does not have an impact on your legacy. So longer confessionals while you're in the game actually does not have an impact on your legacy. Longer confessionals on Extinction does. And I think she kind of theorizes that that the reason for that might be that in the game, you if you have a confessional, you might be, you know, being made a fool of, you might be on the wrong side of a vote. You know, it's not necessarily a positive thing. Whereas on Edge, if you're getting confessionals, it's almost always positive. It's almost always a good thing. You're talking about getting through struggles. You're talking about winning advantages, something along those lines. And so this is one of the findings that we made here.
That makes a lot of sense because, yeah, you're right. No one was really depicted. Like, I don't feel like having that extra time on Edge made me think less of anybody.
Yes. I did actually invite Christina onto the podcast to explain this because she knows it better than I do. Sure. Unfortunately, though, she wasn't able to join us tonight, but sometime in the future with these stats for Big Brother, I'm sure. So another thing that she found was for the preseason ratings for the Legacy Watch, she found that there was a moderate correlation between the overall confessional rate versus the legacy of the player. So the more confessionals you have, the more time spent in confessional over the course of an entire season, the more likely you are to have a better legacy in the Legacy Watch. So that's not super surprising, but it was a result that we found there. I thought this was pretty interesting as well. She found that there was kind of a curve here for the preseason average of their legacy when you look at the number of advantages they had in the game. So basically this curve here, if you're watching the video, shows that if you had no advantages in the game, you had like a moderate legacy. If you had around this peak, there's a sweet spot. If you have like 3 to 5-ish advantages in the game, that's optimal for your legacy. But then the more you get after that number, the more your legacy starts to go down. So you have people like Adam, Wendell, Nick, and then Ben down at the bottom. If you have too many advantages, then your legacy is going to suffer. But you do need at least a couple to get into that sweet spot. And I think that will probably sort of fit how you might think this would work, right?
I think that makes sense. Like we were talking about before, the people that needed things to win, sometimes the more, like Holloway and
that is a good question. Christina is in the chat. Does this include challenge wins, or is it just like advantages, idols, stuff like that? I'm assuming it's just advantages and such. She says this could also be because people tend to value the middle winners a little more, and the number of advantages is correlated based on recency, so they have more opportunities to have combat. This does not include challenge wins. Just the total amount of advantages that were in the season. All right. So then we had the average change from the preseason to the to up until like right before the finale, essentially. We saw that there was a lot of forward momentum up at the top, a lot of bottom momentum. So Michelle actually had the biggest move forward, followed by Sophie, and then Tony, and then Sarah. They were the people who benefited the most across the season. We saw a little bit of a shift for Ben and Natalie as well, and then a lot of people staying relatively the same. And then we saw, people like Kim is going to have a moderate fall. Yule as well. Parvati actually did fall a bit. Ethan fell a little bit there. Rob, Sandra, Wendell, and Danny were the 4 people who fell the most by a large margin over the course of the season. So
it's interesting to see Ben grow, considering he stayed in the bottom tier, and yet he grew technically the is that the 5th most?
Who did you say?
I'm saying Ben grew
yes.
the 5th most of anyone, yet he stayed on the bottom tier. It's just kind of interesting.
Yes, this is just the change that we saw over the season. And yeah, Ben, he was growing. He was gaining ground a lot. He started very, very low.
Right.
So that was a big thing. And then this here is just a graph of all of the changes across the season that we saw. That has it's got all of the people. We can release these as well if you want to find it. You can find Christina on Twitter, and I'll probably retweet her, or if she wants to tweet it out. But you can see the little paths that each player followed across the season, and you can see sort of like you've got like Kim, who has a big dip and then slowly comes back. You've got Michelle, who kind of climbs, falls, climbs again. You've got Natalie, who goes down quick and then back up and then up right at the end. You've got Denise, who has a
Denise
big
is
spike.
like Denise looks like 2 different lines. It's like 2 different games.
Big spike and then slowly falls back down. Sarah with a pretty consistent shift upward. Yule, who is like really peaking and then kind of falls back down. Tyson, who drops and then climbs and then drops and then climbs a little, and then Tony, who's pretty consistently rising. So some interesting stuff here as well.
Yeah, you can see it right there, like we were saying, where Ben almost gets to the the little tier. Yeah,
you came close. Look at that. Look how close that dot is.
Uh,
All right, so that's what we have for the stats. Again, you can find us on Twitter. I'm at Armstrong Taran. I'll be retweeting anything that Christina decides to tweet out. So you can find that stuff there, and I think that's basically what we have here for this pod. We've been running for over 4 hours. I hope you guys appreciate the insane level of detail that my brain forces me to do with everything that I do. I hope you're not bored. I had a couple notes for some of the Ponderosa stuff that we didn't. I said Amber is literally the loveliest human. Yes. I talked about Wendell and the tears. They asked, what does Tyson do for a living? And they were like, he's a stay-at-home. And then Rob said, child. He's a third child. He's a play date for his own children. Things. It sounds like things were a little heated after Sarah's final 6 pitch in the Ponderosa. That there was a lot of argument about Sarah versus Tony. It seemed. It seemed like the Sophie blindside was a big deal.
Well, that's kind of his move, right? It's like late in the game, Sarah was getting all this pressure to separate herself and do something on her own. And I think because Tony had that move, he just looked like that was just so huge that he had separated from her, and done something behind her back.
Ben and Denise were super sweet together on Ponderosa. This was great. If you want to see Sarah's social game in action, check out her Ponderosa video. The doctor doesn't check in on Sarah. Sarah checks in on the doctor.
I saw that too.
It's ridiculous. Some fun stuff. It's definitely, there's a lot that they put out that's worth checking out. I really enjoyed watching all of this stuff, even though it took me all day, and I haven't had a day. But
I want to give a shout out to, I saw this video on Reddit today that was very funny. That was Chris Underwood mixed in at all the key moments of you see of last night, like Chris
No, I
getting the
haven't.
ball. It's really funny, and it's like it's showing Wendell trying to get the ball in and Natalie, and then it just cuts to Chris getting the ball in, and then it cuts like Chris beating Tony in fire, and like it's very funny.
And I'll say this too, like I certainly did this for the podcast, but I also put out a poll about, is this, I asked, is Tony the greatest player of all time? People said yes. I asked, was this season the greatest season of all time? 30% of people did say yes, even though 70% of people said no. And I don't know, like for me, I didn't love certain directions. Like I said, I think that the Edge really kind of ruined a lot of things. I think it ruined the pacing of the editing because it made them not build Sarah up as a reasonable alternative to Tony, which really kind of hurt the balance, I think, of the season.
Yeah, even though she made the end, I really think, even though she didn't make the end, I still think it would have benefited from a Dom Wendell-esque thing.
Exactly.
And I know they gave her a lot of focus, but there were just too many times where she sort of, there were too many times where they kind of undermined her.
I never really felt
to.
like she had a chance.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I should have felt like she had a chance.
Well, I think the reason is not even so much what they didn't show, but what they did show. And, you've got scenes like when she gave up the reward and they took such an effort to show us, like, everyone thinks that was a dumb move. I'm not really sure that, like, I mean, maybe that we didn't need that necessarily,
Yeah, there was,
and it was little things like that.
I had like a 5-second period where I thought she had a chance, and that was when her brush fire was getting there.
Well, I the only other thing was with that Ben thing was like when he's like, well, now you have to win the game. I was like, ooh, like, is this, that was the only other thing where I was like, but even then, it's hard. I think that is, and like I said, even today, like stuff like the final 10 vote, like the fact that there's just a couple of votes that are a bit fuzzy that clearly dictated the whole season, I think is why it's just a little bit held back. But it also had some really high highs too.
Yeah, and I will say this as well. There has never been a season, at least in recent memory for me, that I've cared so much to watch every single bit of postseason stuff. I want to see every second that I can of footage from these players on that island, because like it just can't be bad. Like my main criticism is I wanted more of it. And so like I don't know. For me, maybe this is the best season because it's a very personal thing. And I loved the original All Stars when I watched it. I loved Pearl Islands. There's so many other seasons that I really loved and enjoyed, but I never experienced them in the way that I experienced this season. And I don't know. Maybe that is going to be why this becomes my favorite season, but at right now I'm not sure. I think that there could have been things that happened in the season or that was presented in the season that would have made this an easy favorite season of mine. It's almost like if I was rooting for Natalie and I was wanting her to play that perfect game, and if she had just done that, I would have been perfectly fine voting for her. Right. But she kind of screwed up, and now I'm like, now I don't know.
You had to play the perfect season, but she didn't. You just flip it over; it's still heroes, villains.
Yeah. you needed to beat All Stars.
No. I think the one thing I was thinking about before I came on is that I think that Winners at War is really cool. I was thinking about this watching the finale. It's a really great capper to the 30s, actually. Like it really tied up like all these wins, like Michelle's win that had so much controversy and lit the fan base on fire, and Ben's. Like I thought they both had really interesting endings, and endings that felt like interesting, not necessarily completions of their Survivor story forever, but like completions of that stuff. I mean, this to me enhances Game Changers in like a really, really interesting way, where I think like that's what's so cool to me as well, is like a game change. And it's really going to be interesting if we ever get that evolution of strategy where like this really does tie up a lot of really interesting things.
I want to go back and rewatch Game Changers.
Yeah. I never thought I'd say it. I'm happy Game Changers happened, aside from obviously the Zeke Varner thing. Wish that it never happened. But other than that, I'm very happy with how it turned out. That and the Malcolm thing. So it's crazy because for the longest time, Game Changers was like, oh man, I can't believe like Tony went out early and Malcolm, and it was too lopsided and all these people's legacies got thrown off. Like it always felt like a weird season, and now it feels like a super valuable piece of the Survivor story.
Absolutely. And I loved that this season happened, and I'm so happy that it had a great winner. Like the end result couldn't have been better, and I think it could have been better along the way. But for me, and like why I watched the show and the things that I enjoy, there was so much of it here for me that I really loved. So who knows? Who knows? Maybe someday I'll do some kind of Survivor season ranking, and people will be mad at me for it. But I think that's about what we have for you here.
Cool.
Unless there's anything else that I'm sure you have tons left to talk about, Brendan, because we just haven't talked long enough.
I do. Well, I mean, I always like to talk about Survivor, but I just want to say thanks to you, Taran, for having me on. This was really, really awesome, and it was so fun to get to talk about the show and the finale in particular. And I'm just really thankful that you asked me. So thank you.
Of course, yeah. I really enjoyed pre-gaming Sequester with you.
That's right. That's right.
doing well on it.
That's true. And then robbing me of the win. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
Very happy to have you on to talk. I hope that hope that we have many more opportunities to talk on a podcast.
Me too, man. Of course. No, this was really, really awesome. And I did really getting to, pregame with you for Sequester and play the game together like that. That was so fun. It was great. So
yes.
Yeah, this was awesome.
All right. Well, you can find me on Twitch. The Survivor season is over, but lots more content heading your way. I'm streaming at least 3 days a week now, noon Eastern, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I'm doing a Survivor Borneo rewatch on Twitch right now. We're also, I just had a psychic reading done, a tarot reading with one other player from Sequester, and we might start doing advice shows together, so that could be interesting. Awesome. So check me out on Twitch, twitch.tv/Taran Armstrong. Of course, you can also find, we're going to start releasing the Big Brother 4 blockumentary. I would probably look for that sometime next week, sometime early next week. We're going to start releasing that week by week for free for this season. So that should be fun. And then, of course, the podcast that I mentioned earlier, where I am going to be examining some things to do with strategy. And I talked about the development of alliance structure. That is coming up. There is it's not just me. I do talk to somebody at some point, but that's a surprise. But check out that podcast when it comes out again, probably sometime next week. Find me on Twitter at ArmstrongTaran if you want more information about where to find that. But it'll probably be somewhere on the Reality TV Wrap-Ups feed for iTunes or wherever you get your podcasts. So that's what I have coming up. Thank you guys so much for joining me all season long. This has been so much fun. I never thought that I would have so much fun podcasting about Survivor in so much detail, but I have, and it's been great. And you guys have been great. I've had such wonderful feedback all season long that really makes me feel appreciated and loved. And so thank you guys so much. I hope you feel as appreciated and loved from me as I do from you. Brendan, where can people find you so they can give you some appreciation and love?
Brendan KJ Meyer on Twitter and Instagram.
All right. Anything they should watch?
Oh, I'm trying to think. I mean, I've just been in Color Out of Space. That's the most recent thing I did. Obviously, with everything that's going on,
it's a crazy movie.
A lot of time for new projects, but yes, that's out right now, which is awesome. You can find it on iTunes, I'm sure, wherever. It's really cool. Really
if you like Lovecraftian,
definitely
horror.
Worth checking out.
All right. So thank you guys once again. It's been such a pleasure, and I will see you next time.